Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that. Stuff on TV always seemed so far away, something that happened to other people in old houses or on foggy moors, not in our boring suburban home with its beige walls and the constant hum of the refrigerator. But what happened that day, a Tuesday in the middle of July, scraped all that certainty right out of me. It left a cold, hollow space where my normal life used to be. My sister, Clara, and I have never been close. We're 5 years apart, and by the time I was a teenager, she was already off at college. We just lived in the same house, orbiting each other like distant moons, sharing a bathroom and a last name, but not much else. We'd exchange pleasantries, argue about whose turn it was to take the trash out, the usual stuff. I never really thought about her inner world, and I'm sure she never thought about mine. That's why the whole thing at the amusement park hit me so hard. It came out of nowhere. It was a hot, stupidly bright day. The sun was beating down, and the air smelled like fried dough and sunscreen. We were there because our mum had gotten free tickets from work and insisted we go as a family, trying to force some kind of bonding experience. It was awkward. Mom was trying too hard, and Clara and I were just going through the motions, standing in long lines and making small talk that went nowhere. We'd just gotten off one of the spinning rides, the kind that leaves your stomach on the platform, and we were leaning against a fence, waiting for Mum to come back with bottles of water. We were both a little queasy and quiet, just watching the crowd swirl past. That's when she said it. She wasn't even looking at me. She was staring at a family of ducks waddling near a pond. Her voice was low, almost a mumble, like she was confessing to the ground. "I heard you and Mom talking the other night," she said. I shrugged. "Okay, we talk all the time." "No," she said, and finally turned her head to look at me. Her face was pale, even in the glaring sun. This was different. It was 3 a.m. I woke up because I heard your voices coming from the hallway. I remember feeling a prickle of annoyance. So we were talking. We both get up for water sometimes. "You weren't just talking," she said, and her voice got even quieter, forcing me to lean in. It was gibberish, just nonsense sounds, but in your voices, yours and Mom's. It was so clear, like you were right outside my door. The annoyance faded, replaced by a cold little knot in my gut. "What are you talking about, Clara?" "I heard you," she insisted, her eyes wide and serious. "It sounded exactly like you and Mom having a conversation, but the words were all wrong. It was just babble, but the tones were there, the little laughs, the way Mom says, 'Oh, honey,' sometimes. It was all there, just with no real words. I felt a chill right there in the sweaty heat. 3 a.m. I am a stone-cold sleeper. I never ever wake up at that hour. And I sure as hell wasn't standing in the hallway babbling with my mom. "So what did you do?" I asked, my own voice dropping. "I got up," she said. She wrapped her arms around herself, even though it was so warm. I was creeped out, but I thought maybe one of you was sleepwalking or something. I opened my door. The hall light was on, that bright one Mom hates because it's too clinical. It was blazing, but the hallway was empty, completely empty. The way she said, "completely empty," stuck with me. It wasn't just that no one was there. It was the feeling she described that came next. "It was the silence that got me," she continued, her gaze drifting back to the ducks. 1 second, it was this full, lively conversation right outside my door, and the next, when I opened it, there was nothing. Just the hum of the light bulb and the clock ticking in the living room, and then I felt watched. Goosebumps broke out on my arms. Watched how? I can't explain it. You know when you're in a room and you just know someone is looking at you from behind. It was like that, but times 100. It felt like the air itself was pressing in, staring at me. I couldn't move for a second. I just stood there in my doorway, in my stupid penguin pajamas, feeling this intense, heavy attention on me from the empty hall. It was so strong I almost expected to see eyeballs floating in the air. I slammed the door, locked it, and got back in bed with the covers over my head. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. She finally looked back at me and I saw it in her eyes. It wasn't a joke. She was genuinely terrified, and that's when my own memory, one I'd been trying to dismiss for weeks, slammed into the front of my mind with the force of a truck. My mouth went dry. The sounds of the amusement park, the shrieks from the roller coaster, the carnival music seemed to fade into a dull roar. "Clara," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "a couple of weeks ago, I saw you." She frowned. "Saw me where?" "In the house. It was a Saturday afternoon. I was coming out of my room to go get a snack, and I saw you walk from the bathroom into your room. You were wearing that big grey hoodie you always wear, the one with the ripped pocket." "Okay," she said, confused. "I called out to you, asked if you wanted to order a pizza. You didn't answer. You just went into your room and closed the door. I thought you were mad at me or had your headphones on. So I went downstairs, got my snack, and came back up. I knocked on your door to ask about the pizza again. There was no answer. I figured you were napping, so I just opened the door a crack to peek in." I had to pause. My heart was starting to beat a hard, frantic rhythm against my ribs, just like it had that day. "Your room was empty, Clara. The window was closed. The closet door was open, and I could see it was just clothes in there. You weren't there." She was just staring at me, her expression blank with confusion. "But I was at Sarah's house that whole day. I didn't get back until like 8 that night, I remember, because you were watching that movie in the living room, and you didn't even say hi." I knew that. The moment I'd seen her empty room, a cold, sick feeling had washed over me, and I'd immediately texted her. Her reply, "At Sarah's, back later," had been a relief at the time. I'd brushed it off. My eyes had been tired. I'd imagined it. But now, hearing her story, that relief curdled into something vile and heavy. We stood there in silence for a full minute, the happy chaos of the park swirling around us, meaningless. The pieces clicked together with an almost audible snap, her hearing our voices when we were asleep, me seeing her when she wasn't home. It wasn't two separate, weird coincidences. It was the same thing. It was one thing, and it was in our house. The rest of the day at the park was a blur. We went through the motions for Mom's sake, but we didn't go on any more rides. We just walked, side by side, not talking. Every so often I'd catch her looking at me, and I knew we were thinking the exact same thing. The fear was a live wire running between us. We couldn't even enjoy the relief of being out in the open, in a crowd of thousands, because we knew we had to go back. The source was waiting for us at home. The car ride back was silent. Mom tried to ask us if we had fun, and we both just grunted one-word answers. She gave up, turning the radio on. I stared out the window, watching the city lights get closer, each mile making the dread in my stomach tighten. I didn't want to go back into that house. I wanted to just keep driving, forever. We pulled into the driveway just after 10. The house looked normal. The porch light was on. The geraniums Mom planted were wilting a little in their pots. It looked like every other house on the street. But it didn't feel like our house anymore. It felt like a shell, and something else was living inside it. We walked inside. The air was still and cool. Everything was in its place. The shoes by the door, the mail on the table, the throw blanket folded over the couch. It all looked so mundane, so painfully ordinary. But the normalcy felt like a lie now, a thin coat of paint over something rotten. Clara went straight upstairs. Without a word, I heard her door close, and then the distinct click of the lock. I'd never heard her lock her door before. I stood in the living room with Mum for a minute, making some excuse about being tired from the sun, and then I went up too. I didn't go to my room right away. I stood at the top of the stairs, right where Clara said she'd heard the voices. The hall light was off. I didn't turn it on. I just stood there in the dark, listening. The house was quiet, the fridge hummed downstairs, a car passed by outside. My own breathing sounded too loud. I tried to imagine it. The light blazing, the sound of two familiar voices twisting into nonsense, a conversation for no one. I tried to feel that feeling of being watched, and for a second I thought I did. It wasn't a dramatic horror movie sensation, it was subtle. It was the feeling that the shadows at the end of the hall were just a little too deep, that the silence had a weight to it, a presence. It was the simple, gut-level knowledge that I was not alone in the hallway, even though I could see perfectly well that I was. I hurried into my room and closed the door. I didn't lock it. For some reason, the thought of turning the lock felt like an admission, a confirmation that the threat was real and that I was barricading myself against it. I just sat on the edge of my bed, still fully dressed, and listened. The house was quiet. The house, too quiet. Every little settling creak of the floorboards made me jump. I kept looking at the thin line of yellow light under my door, terrified that I'd see a shadow cross it. I was waiting for the gibberish voices. I was waiting to see the doorknob turn. I was waiting for something that had already proven it could mimic us, that could wear our faces and use our voices. What was it trying to do? Was it just messing with us? Was it practicing? That was the thought that finally broke me. The idea that this thing, whatever it was in our home, studying us, learning how to be us. It wasn't a ghost rattling chains. It was a quiet, insidious copycat, and it was getting better at its job. I must have fallen asleep out of sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Grey light was filtering through my blinds. The house was silent. I got up, my body stiff and aching, and opened my door. The hallway was empty. The sun was coming up, painting everything in a soft, normal light. I saw Clara's door was open a crack. I pushed it. She was sitting on her bed, already dressed, hugging her knees. She looked like she hadn't slept at all. "Anything?" I asked, my voice rough. She just shook her head, her eyes red-rimmed. We went downstairs together. Mum was in the kitchen, humming, making coffee. "Morning, you two. Sleep well?" We didn't answer. We just stood there, in the doorway of our own kitchen, looking at our mom and feeling a distance we had never felt before. The house looked the same. It smelled the same, like coffee and toast. But everything was different. The foundation of our world had cracked, and we were the only two who could see the fissure. We knew something was in our house, something that wore our skin and spoke with our tongues, and we had no idea what it wanted, or when it would decide to stop pretending. Lisa's G. Story 2. My grandma passed away about a week before this happened. She was the kind of person who always had a smile ready, even when things were tough. We were close, but life got in the way, and I couldn't make it to her memorial service. I live across the country, and at the time I was dealing with a bunch of work deadlines that felt like they'd bury me if I didn't handle them. Plus, money was tight, and flights weren't cheap. I told myself she'd understand, but deep down, the guilt was eating me alive. I'd wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it, how I wasn't there to say a proper goodbye, how I let her down when she probably needed me most. The day it happened was a Thursday. I remember because I'd been tossing and turning all night, my mind racing with images of her, how she'd laugh when we baked cookies together, or the way she'd pat my hand when I was upset. I woke up early, way before my alarm, with this heavy feeling in my chest. The room was still dark, just a sliver of light peeking through the curtains. It was one of those quiet mornings where everything feels too still, like the world is holding its breath. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, trying to shake off the guilt. It was like a weight pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. Eventually, I dragged myself out of bed. My apartment was small, Just a one-bedroom place with creaky floors and old furniture that never quite felt like mine. I stumbled into the bathroom, splashed some water on my face, and caught my reflection in the mirror. I looked tired, eyes puffy from lack of sleep, and I couldn't help but think how disappointed Grandma would be if she saw me like this. I shook my head, trying to push the thought away, and decided to get dressed for the day. Maybe if I kept busy, I could distract myself. I walked back to my bedroom, the floorboards groaning under my feet. The air felt cool, almost chilly, which was odd because I usually kept the heat on low at night. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was too wrapped up in my own head. I started pulling out clothes from the drawer, a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing fancy. I was standing by the bed, half awake, fumbling with the buttons on my pajama top when it happened. I felt a hand on my elbow. It was warm, really warm, like someone had just cupped their hand there. The touch was gentle, almost comforting, but it sent a jolt through my whole body. My first thought was that I must have imagined it, or maybe it was just the fabric of my shirt brushing against my skin. But no, it was too distinct, a firm, steady pressure, like when Grandma used to guide me through something. Her hand always so sure and kind. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I could feel the warmth spreading from that spot, up my arm, and it made the hairs on my neck stand up. I whipped around, expecting to see someone. Maybe I'd left the door open, or a neighbor had wandered in by mistake. But there was no one. The room was empty, just me and the faint morning light filtering through the window. I scanned every corner, my eyes darting around, but nothing moved. The closet door was shut, the chair in the corner was empty, and the only sound was my own ragged breathing. For a second I thought I might be losing it, that the stress and guilt were messing with my head, but the warmth on my elbow was still there, lingering, like an imprint that hadn't faded. I reached up with my other hand and touched the spot. My skin felt normal, no different from anywhere else, but I could still sense that warmth, like a ghost of a touch. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was it a muscle spasm? A trick of the light? But it felt too real, too intentional, too... I stood there for what felt like forever, my body tense, waiting for something else to happen. The room seemed to grow quieter, if that was even possible. Like the air had thickened around me, I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, but otherwise it was dead silent. Then it hit me. The guilt I'd been carrying seemed to lift, just a little. It wasn't gone completely, but that heavy feeling in my chest eased up, like someone had taken a bit of the weight off. And in that moment I knew without a doubt that it was Grandma. It sounds crazy, I know, but it was like this sudden understanding washed over me. She was telling me it was okay, that she understood why I couldn't be there. The warmth on my elbow felt like her way of reaching out, of comforting me from wherever she was. But along with that comfort came this deep, chilling fear. Because if it was her, that meant something was there with me, something I couldn't see or explain. My hands started to shake, and I had to sit down on the edge of the bed. The warmth faded slowly, leaving behind a faint tingle, like when your foot falls asleep. I kept rubbing my elbow, as if I could bring the sensation back, but it was gone. The room felt normal again, the chill in the air replaced by the usual stuffiness, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I spent the next hour or so just sitting there, trying to process what had happened. My mind kept flipping between relief and terror. Part of me felt soothed, like I'd finally been forgiven, but the other part was terrified of what it meant. Was it really her spirit? Or was I just so grief-stricken that I'd hallucinated the whole thing? I thought about calling someone, a friend maybe, but how would I even start that conversation? Hey, I think my dead grandma touched my elbow this morning. They'd think I'd lost it. I got up eventually and finished getting dressed, my movements slow and careful, like I was afraid to disturb whatever had been there. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I went through the motions, made coffee, checked emails, tried to work. But my mind kept drifting back to that touch. Every time I felt a draft or a slight brush against my skin, I'd jump, my heart racing all over again. I found myself staring at my elbow throughout the day, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. As the day wore on, the fear started to mix with this weird sense of gratitude. I mean, if it was Grandma, she'd chosen to comfort me in a way that was so her, gentle, reassuring, no drama. But the chilling part was the impossibility of it all. How could a touch feel so real without anyone being there? I kept replaying it in my head. The warmth, the pressure, the way it made me freeze. It was so vivid, like a memory burned into my skin. By evening, I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. I curled up on the couch, pulling a blanket around me, and just stared at the wall. The room felt different now, like the walls had witnessed something I couldn't quite grasp. I thought about Grandma a lot that day, more than I had in years. I remembered how she'd always say that love doesn't end with death, that it finds a way to show itself. I never really believed her until that morning, but here's the thing. I never felt that touch again, not once in the years since. It's like it happened just that one time, for that one moment, and then it was over. I've tried to rationalize it a million ways. Maybe it was a dream, or a panic attack, or some kind of sensory illusion. But deep down, I know what I felt, and it was real. It's left me with this haunting comfort, this memory that's both beautiful and terrifying. I don't talk about it much, because how do you explain something like that without sounding like you've lost your mind? But it's there, always in the back of my mind, especially on quiet mornings when the world feels too still. And that's where it ends, with me sitting here years later, still shaken by something I can't explain, something that happened in the blink of an eye but changed everything. Story 3. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon, the kind where you just want to curl up on the couch and do nothing. My boyfriend, let's call him Jake, though that's not his real name, but I don't want to use real names here, had invited me over to his place to hang out. His family lives in this old house out in the suburbs, one of those places that's been in the family for generations. It's cozy, but there's always been this weird vibe to it, like the air is heavier in certain rooms. I never paid much attention to it before, chalking it up to old houses just having character. We were in the living room, sprawled on this big, worn-out sofa that's probably older than both of us combined. The TV was on, but we weren't really watching it. We were just talking and messing around on our phones. His mum was in the kitchen, puttering around, and the smell of something baking, cookies, I think, drifted in every now and then. It should have felt normal, safe, but I'd been on edge since I got there. See, a few years back, I had this experience in my own apartment where something mimicked my roommate's voice, calling my name from another room when she wasn't even home. It was brief, but it shook me up bad, and ever since I've been hyper-aware of weird sounds or feelings in places that are supposed to be safe. Anyway, back to that day. The sun was starting to go down, casting long shadows across the room. We had a couple of lamps on because the overhead light is too harsh, and everything was peaceful. Then, out of nowhere, the lamp next to me dimmed. Not like a power surge or anything. It was gradual, like someone was slowly turning a dial. I thought maybe the bulb was dying, but it stayed dim for a good 10 seconds before brightening back up. I glanced at Jake, but he was focused on his phone and didn't seem to notice. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to sound paranoid. A few minutes later, it happened again. This time, both lamps in the room dimmed at the same time. The TV flickered but didn't turn off. My heart started beating faster, and I sat up straighter. "Did you see that?" I asked Jake. He looked up, shrugged, and said, "Probably just the wiring. This house is old." His mum called from the kitchen. "Everything okay in there?" We said yeah, but I could feel this knot tightening in my stomach. It wasn't just the dimming, it was the silence that followed, like the house was holding its breath. We went back to what we were doing, but I couldn't relax. I kept glancing around, my skin prickling. Then I heard it. A clear, sharp knock on the wall right behind me. Not a creak or a pop from the house settling, but a deliberate knock, like someone rapping their knuckles against the drywall. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The wall is just a plain beige surface with a framed photo of Jake's family. No pipes, no vents, nothing that could have made that sound. Jake heard it too this time. He put his phone down and frowned. "What was that?" he said. Before I could answer, his mom came in, wiping her hands on a towel. "You guys making noise?" she asked, but she was smiling. Jake told her about the knock, and she just chuckled. "Oh, that's probably Grandpa," she said. "He was always playful like that, used to tap on things to get our attention when he was alive." She said it so casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world, but it didn't feel playful to me. It felt intentional. Like something was testing us. I tried to brush it off, but my mind was racing. I remembered the mimic thing from my past, and a cold dread started seeping into my bones. What if it wasn't Grandpa? What if it was something else, something that knew how to push my buttons? Jake's mom went back to the kitchen, and he tried to lighten the mood by joking about it, but I couldn't laugh. I felt exposed, like I was being watched. We decided to move to the dining room, maybe because it felt less creepy in there. The dining room has this big wooden table and a hutch against one wall filled with old dishes and knickknacks. We sat down and I was facing the hutch. Jake was telling me about some video he saw online, but I was only half listening. My eyes kept drifting to the hutch, specifically to one of the lower cabinets. It's a dark wood with little glass panels, and I could see shadows inside from the stuff stored there. Then I had this stupid idea. Maybe because I was feeling brave or just desperate for answers. I whispered under my breath, "If there's something here, give me a sign." I didn't really expect anything to happen. It was more of a nervous habit, but a second later there was a tap from inside the hutch. A single, clear tap, like someone had flicked their finger against the wood from the inside. My blood ran cold. Jake stopped talking and looked at me. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice shaky. He nodded slowly, his eyes wide. We both stared at the hutch. Nothing moved, but the air felt thick, heavy. I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then another tap, this one a bit louder. It came from the same cabinet. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly, and took a step closer. Jake stayed seated, looking pale. "Maybe we should leave," he said, but I was frozen, staring at that cabinet door. I reached out slowly, my hand trembling, and touched the cool wood of the hutch. It felt normal, solid. But as I pulled my hand back, there was a series of rapid taps, like fingers drumming impatiently. 3 quick knocks, then a pause, then 2 more. It was too rhythmic to be random. I stumbled back, bumping into the table, and Jake jumped up. "Okay, that's enough," he said, his voice tight with fear. We hurried out of the dining room and back into the living room. His mum was still in the kitchen, humming to herself, completely unaware. Jake and I just stood there, breathing heavily. The lights in the living room were still on, but they flickered again, dimming slightly. I felt like I was going to be sick. My skin was clammy, and I had this urge to run, to get out of there as fast as I could. Jake suggested we go outside for some air, so we stepped onto the porch. It was getting dark, and the streetlights were starting to come on. The fresh air helped a little, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from inside the house. We sat on the steps, not saying much, just listening to the crickets and distant traffic. After a while, Jake's mum called us in for dinner. Going back inside was hard. Every shadow seemed to move, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. Dinner was tense. We ate in near silence, and his mom kept asking if we were okay. We made excuses, saying we were just tired. I couldn't eat much. My stomach was in knots. Every time a floorboard creaked or the fridge hummed, I flinched after dinner. We helped clean up, and then Jake said he wanted to show me something in the basement. I didn't want to go, but I didn't want to seem like a coward either. The basement is one of those finished ones, with a pool table and an old couch, but it's always felt damp and cold to me. As we walked down the stairs, the temperature dropped noticeably. The light at the bottom was a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, and it cast long, shifting shadows. We were down there for maybe 10 minutes, looking at some old photos he had stored, when the light started flickering. Not just a little flicker, but rapid, strobing flashes that made my head hurt. Then, from the corner of the room, near some stacked boxes, I heard a whisper. It was too faint to make out words, but it sounded like my name. My heart leaped into my throat. Jake heard it too. He grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the light went out completely, plunging us into darkness. It wasn't pitch black. There was a tiny bit of light from the stairs, but it was enough to make panic set in. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, shaking because my hand was trembling. We heard footsteps above us, heavy ones, like someone walking across the living room floor, but his mum was upstairs, and she's light on her feet. This sounded like boots. We rushed up the stairs, and when we got to the top, the living room was empty. His mom was in her bedroom, she said later, and hadn't been walking around. We checked the whole house, but there was no one else there. The lights were back on, everything normal, but I felt like I was losing my mind. We ended up back in the living room, sitting on the couch, not talking. The TV was off, and the only sound was the clock ticking on the wall. I was exhausted, emotionally drained, and just wanted to go home. But as I sat there, I felt this cold spot next to me, like someone was sitting there but invisible. I shifted away, and Jake asked if I was okay. I didn't answer because I didn't know what to say. Then the knocking started again. This time, it wasn't just on the wall. It was all around us, soft taps on the windows, the ceiling, the floor. It was like the house was alive, talking to us. I covered my ears, but I could still hear it. Jake stood up, his face pale, and said, "We need to leave, now." We grabbed our stuff and headed for the door. As I was putting on my shoes, I glanced back into the living room, and for a split second, I saw a shadow move across the far wall. It wasn't a person-shaped shadow. It was just a dark patch that slid quickly and vanished. My breath caught in my throat, and I yanked the door open. We got into his car and drove away without looking back. I didn't sleep that night, and I still don't know what to make of it. Was it his grandfather, like his mom said? Or was it something else, something that knew how to scare me specifically because of my past? I'll probably never have answers, and that's the worst part, the not knowing. The fear that it might happen again, anywhere, anytime. And that knock on the wall, I still hear it sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep clear as day, like it's right there with me. B-San Story 4. Well, that summer, I was about 6 years old, and the days felt long and lazy. I spent most of my time playing in the backyard or riding my bike up and down the street, but I always made sure to be inside before the sun went down. See, a couple of weeks before, something had started happening in the neighborhood. People were talking in hushed voices about a headless man in dark clothing who'd show up by their gates at night. My next-door neighbors, the Millers, said they saw him one evening just standing there, not moving, while their dogs went absolutely crazy, barking and howling like they'd seen a ghost. I remember overhearing my mum and dad talking about it in the kitchen, their voices low and serious. Mum said it was probably just kids playing pranks, but Dad didn't look so sure. He told her that old train line had a history, and not a good one. The day it happened to me started out normal enough. It was a hot, sticky summer day, the kind where the air feels heavy and you can smell the grass and the distant hint of rain. I woke up early, had breakfast with my parents, and then spent the morning digging in the dirt out back, pretending I was a treasure hunter. Around lunchtime, I remember my mum calling me in because the sky was getting dark, and she said a storm was coming. I didn't think much of it. Storms were common in the summer. We ate sandwiches and I watched cartoons for a while, but I kept glancing out the window, feeling antsy. The neighborhood was too quiet, like everyone had decided to stay inside. Later that afternoon, I was in my room, which was at the end of the hallway. My bed was against the wall opposite the door, and I had this old wooden dresser with a mirror that I always avoided looking into at night. That day, I was just lying on my bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to the wind pick up outside. The trees were swaying, and I could hear the distant rumble of thunder. My parents were in the living room, and I could faintly hear the TV playing some news channel. Everything felt calm, but there was this underlying tension, like something was about to break. As evening rolled in, the storm hit hard. Rain started pounding on the roof, and lightning flashes lit up my room in quick, bright bursts. I remember feeling a little scared, but not too bad. I'd been through storms before. My mom came in to check on me around dinner time, and she closed my window because the rain was blowing in. She told me to try and sleep early, but I wasn't tired. I lay there in the dim light, watching the shadows dance on the walls from the street lamp outside my door was open a crack, just enough to let in a sliver of light from the hallway. I always kept it open a little because I didn't like being in complete darkness. That's when things started to get weird. I heard the dogs barking outside, not just one or two, but what sounded like every dog in the neighborhood. It was this frantic, panicked noise that cut through the sound of the rain. I sat up in bed, my heart starting to beat faster. I remembered the stories about the headless man, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I pulled the covers up to my chin and tried to listen harder. The barking got closer, like it was right outside our house, and then it stopped all of a sudden. The silence that followed was even scarier. I must have been lying there for what felt like hours, just staring at the doorway. The storm had eased up a bit, but it was still drizzling, and the wind was howling softly. My room was dark, except for that strip of light from the hallway. I was starting to drift off when I saw something move in the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the tree outside, but then it got clearer. The door creaked open a little more. Not like someone was pushing it, but like it was moving on its own. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze. That's when I saw him. A small, pale boy with grayish skin and stringy, wet-looking hair, completely naked, crawling into my room on his hands and knees. He moved too fast, way too fast for a human. It was like he glided across the floor, his limbs moving in this jerky, unnatural way. I couldn't scream or make a sound. I just watched, my eyes wide open, my body rigid with fear. He was so close, I could see the details. His skin had this sickly, almost translucent quality, like he'd been underwater for too long, and his hair was matted and dark, clinging to his scalp. He didn't make any noise, not even a whisper, but I could feel the air get colder, like a draft had swept in. He vanished beside my bed, just disappeared into the shadows. For a second, I thought maybe I'd imagined it, that my mind was playing tricks on me because of the storm and the stories. But then his head popped up over the mattress, right next to me. His face was inches from mine, and his eyes, they were cold and empty, like two black holes that sucked all the light out of the room. There was no expression, no life in them. Just this blank stare that made my stomach twist into knots. Before I could even process it, he shoved my stomach with force. It wasn't a push like a kid would do. It felt solid and heavy, like a grown man had punched me. The air rushed out of my lungs, and I gasped, curling up into a ball, my hands clutching my belly. I squeezed my eyes shut, too terrified to look, and when I finally peeked, he was gone just like that. The room was empty, and the only sound was the rain tapping against the window. I stayed curled up for what felt like forever, my heart hammering in my chest, my whole body shaking. I could still feel the spot where he'd pushed me. It ached, like a bruise was forming. I didn't dare move, didn't dare call out for my parents. I was afraid he'd come back if I made a noise. After a while, I must have passed out from exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, it was morning sunlight was streaming into my room, and everything looked normal. But I felt different. I got out of bed slowly, my legs wobbly, and I checked the floor where he'd crawled. There was nothing there, no marks, no sign that anyone had been in my room. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My stomach was fine, no bruise, but I could still feel that phantom pressure where he'd shoved me. I never told my parents what happened. I tried to once, but the words wouldn't come out. How do you explain something like that to anyone? They'd think I had a nightmare, but I know it was real. I remember every detail, the way he moved, the coldness in his eyes, the force of that push. From that day on, I never slept with my door open again. I started closing it tight every night, and sometimes I'd even push my dresser in front of it, just to feel safer. The image of that boy is burned into my mind, clear as day, and it's haunted me ever since. I'm older now, but I still think about it, especially on stormy nights I never saw him again. And I don't know who or what he was, but I know one thing for sure. Something happened in my room that night, and I'll never be able to explain it. Story 5. That day started out completely normal. It was a Tuesday, I think, because we had art class in the morning, and I always looked forward to that. I was 12 years old, just trying to get through the school day without too much drama. My school was this old brick building that always smelled like chalk dust and floor wax, with those long, echoing hallways that felt empty even when they were crowded. I remember it was around mid-morning, maybe 10 o'clock, because I'd just finished math class and was heading to the library to kill some time. Before my next period, I had this habit of wandering into empty classrooms when I needed a quiet spot to think, or just be alone for a minute. Yeah, I was that kid, a bit of a loner, but not in a sad way. I liked my own company. So I slipped into one of the classrooms on the second floor, room 200-something. I don't remember the exact number, but it was at the end of the hall near the stairwell. The door was unlocked, which wasn't unusual. A lot of the rooms were left open during the day. When I stepped inside, the room was dead quiet and dim, with the blinds half closed, letting in slivers of sunlight that cut through the dust motes floating in the air. It was one of those standard classrooms, rows of desks, a chalkboard at the front with faint traces of yesterday's lessons, and that faint musty smell of old books and erasers. I dropped my backpack on a desk near the window and was just zoning out, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, when I heard a soft noise behind me. I turned around, and there she was, a girl, maybe my age or a little younger, standing by the door like she'd just walked in. I hadn't heard the door open, which was weird, but I didn't think much of it at first. She had this sweet, innocent face, pale skin, big, dark eyes, and long brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was wearing a simple blue dress that looked a bit old-fashioned, but nothing out of the ordinary for our school. What struck me was how calm she seemed, just standing there, not saying anything for a second. Then she smiled, this small, shy smile, and walked over to me. "Hi," she said, her voice soft and a little hesitant. "I'm Mia. Do you have any markers I could borrow? I forgot mine at home." Now, I've always been a sucker for helping people out, especially if they seem nice. Plus, I had this set of markers my mom had bought me for art class. They were the expensive kind, the ones with the vibrant colors that didn't bleed through paper. I was really proud of them, carried them everywhere in my backpack. So, without even thinking, I unzipped my bag and pulled out the case. "Sure," I said, handing them over. "Just give them back later, okay?" She took them, her fingers brushing against mine, and I remember her skin felt cold, like she'd been outside in the winter, even though it was a warm spring day. Thanks, she said, her smile widening a bit. I'll bring them back to you after school. I'm in Miss Gable's class, down the hall. I nodded, not really paying attention to the details. No problem. She turned and walked out of the room, and I went back to staring out the window, thinking about nothing in particular. It wasn't until a few minutes later that I started to feel a little off. Like, why was she in an empty classroom alone? And why did she need markers right then? But I shrugged it off. Maybe she was working on a project or something. Kids do weird stuff. The rest of the morning went by. Normally I went to my classes, joked around with a couple of friends, but in the back of my mind I kept thinking about Mia. There was something about her that felt, I don't know, not quite right. Her eyes were too intense, or maybe it was the way she moved, so quietly, like she was gliding. By lunchtime, I decided I'd swing by Miss Gable's classroom to see if I could find her and get my markers back. I wasn't worried about them being stolen or anything. I just wanted to make sure I had them for art class later. After eating, I headed to the wing where the 7th grade classes were. Miss Gable's room was easy to find. It was right next to the science lab. The door was open, and I could see kids inside chatting and getting ready for the next period. I poked my head in and caught the eye of a boy I sort of knew. "Hey," I said, "is Mia here? I need to talk to her about something." He gave me a blank look. "Mia? Who's that?" "You know Mia, the girl with the brown hair? She said she was in this class." He shook his head. "Dude, there's no Mia in this class. You sure you got the right room?" A little knot started to form in my stomach. "Yeah, Miss Gable's class, right?" "Yeah, but I've been here all year. No Mia." I felt a flush of embarrassment, like I'd made a mistake. Maybe I misheard her. So I went to the next classroom and the next, asking a few kids and even a teacher if they knew a girl named Mia. Everyone said the same thing. No one by that name in 7th grade. My heart was starting to beat faster now. That uneasy feeling growing into something sharper. I decided to go to the main office. Maybe she was new or from another grade. The office was busy, with the secretary typing away and a line of kids waiting for passes. I waited my turn, my palms getting sweaty. When it was my turn, I tried to sound casual. "Hi, I'm looking for a student named Mia. I think she's in 7th grade, but I'm not sure which class." The secretary, Mrs. Keenan, gave me a kind smile. "Let me check the roster." She clicked through something on her computer, then frowned. "I'm not seeing any Mia enrolled in 7th grade this year. Are you sure about the name?" "Yeah, Mia," I said, my voice a little shaky. "She had brown hair, wore a blue dress today." Mrs. Keenan shook her head. "Sorry, honey, no one matches that description in our records. Maybe she's from another school." I thanked her and walked out, my mind racing. This couldn't be right. I saw her. I talked to her. She took my markers. I went back to the empty classroom where I'd met her, half expecting to find her there, but it was just as empty as before. The sunlight had shifted, casting longer shadows, and the room felt colder now. I sat down at the same desk, my hands trembling a little. What the hell was going on? I started replaying the encounter in my head, the way she appeared out of nowhere, her cold touch, the specific way she asked for the markers. It all felt so real, but now it was like she'd vanished into thin air. I thought maybe I'd dreamt it or something, but no, I could still feel the weight of my backpack without the markers, and I knew I'd given them to her. I decided to check the attendance records myself, but I knew I couldn't just waltz into the office and demand to see them. So I waited until after school, when the halls were emptying out, and I snuck back to the main office. The door was unlocked. Sometimes they left it open for custodians, and I slipped inside. The room was dark except for the glow of a computer screen on standby. I felt like a criminal, my heart pounding in my ears. I went to the desk where Mrs. Keenan had been, and I clicked the mouse to wake up the computer. It wasn't password protected, thankfully. This was a small school, not super high-tech. I navigated to the student database and searched for Mia in the 7th grade class. Nothing. I expanded it to the whole school. Still nothing. No Mia enrolled. Not now, not ever. As far as I could tell from the current year's records, I even checked the previous years, thinking maybe she was a ghost from the past or something, but that felt too crazy. Still, no trace. By this point, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I quickly logged out and left the office, my breath coming in short gasps. The hallway was empty, the only sound the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe she was a visitor, or from a different school, and I'd misremembered what she said. But why would she lie? And why take my markers? I went home that afternoon feeling completely unsettled. My mom asked me how my day was, and I just mumbled something about it being fine, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mia's face, that sweet smile, those dark eyes that seemed to look right through me. I kept my bedroom light on, jumping at every little noise. The next day at school, I asked around more, but no one had seen her. I even described her to a few teachers, but they all said the same thing. No student like that. It was like she'd never existed except in my memory. And those markers, I never got them back. They were just gone, along with her. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a prank, or I hallucinated it because I was tired or stressed. But I wasn't stressed that day. It was a normal day, and pranks don't explain how she knew exactly when to find me in that empty room, or why no one else saw her. The more I think about it, the more it freaks me out. I mean, what if she was something else? Not a ghost, because I don't believe in that stuff, but something that shouldn't have been there. Now, whenever I tell this story, I joke about the marker thief. It's easier to laugh it off than to admit how scared I still am. But the truth is, that encounter left a mark on me. It's the little things that get you. The cold touch, the way she vanished, the utter lack of any evidence she was ever real. I can still picture that classroom, the dust in the air, and her standing there, so out of place. And I'll never know who or what she was or why she wanted my markers. It's just this gap in reality that I can't fill, no matter how hard I try. Story 6. It was one of those apartments you move into when you're 18 and think you're an adult, but you're really just a kid with a key and a bunch of bad ideas. My ex and I had signed the lease mostly out of desperation, a cheap place we could afford on our part-time job money. We fought constantly about money, about whose turn it was to buy toilet paper, about the way he left his wet towels on the bathroom floor. The air in that place was always thick with resentment, a low-grade hum of unhappiness that felt as permanent as the ugly beige carpet. This particular night was a Tuesday. I think it had been a bad one. We'd had a screaming match over something so stupid I can't even remember what it was, just the feeling of my throat being raw and my face being hot. He'd stormed out hours ago, probably to go drink with his friends, leaving me alone in the silence. The silence in that apartment was never truly silent. The fridge would kick on with a groan, the pipes in the walls would clang, the floorboards in the unit above would creak at random intervals. It was a living, breathing kind of quiet, and it always put me on edge. I was sitting at our crappy second-hand desk in the living room, the one with the wobbly leg I had to prop up with a folded napkin. The computer monitor was an old, heavy thing that gave off a noticeable heat and a faint, high-pitched whine. I was just messing around online, trying to distract myself, clicking through mindless websites and refreshing my email for the 10th time. The only light in the room came from the monitor, casting a cold, bluish glow on my hands and the desk around me. The rest of the living room was swallowed by shadows. The hallway to the bedrooms, a pitch-black rectangle I remember feeling a draft. That was the first thing. A chill that started at the back of my neck and slithered down my spine. I remember thinking it was weird because we'd sealed the windows with that plastic film for the winter and the front door was shut tight. I shrugged it off, pulling the collar of my hoodie up a little higher. I went back to scrolling, my mouse clicking in the quiet. And then it happened. It wasn't like fainting or dizziness. It was instantaneous. 1 second I was looking at the screen, my chin propped in my hand. And the next, I was looking down at the top of my own head. I could see the part in my brown hair, a little crooked. I could see the rounded shoulders of my grey hoodie, the way I was slouched in the cheap office chair. I could see the entire desk, the clutter of pens and loose change, the glow of the monitor illuminating the wood grain. The perspective was all wrong, like a security camera mounted high up in the corner of the room, except I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that there was no camera there. It was a perfect, silent bird's-eye view of myself, and the feeling wasn't one of floating. It was a feeling of being placed there, like a doll on a high shelf, forced to observe. I couldn't feel my body. I couldn't blink. I couldn't scream. I was just a pair of eyes, disembodied and trapped in this impossible vantage point. My mind was screaming, a silent internal shriek of pure, undiluted, what the fuck is happening? This isn't a dream. I remember that thought clearly. Dreams are fuzzy. This was hyper-real. I could see the dust motes dancing in the monitor's light. I could see the individual threads on the carpet. The detail was excruciating, and that's when I saw it. From my new elevated position, I had a clear view down the hallway that led to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. It was a tunnel of pure blackness, but something was moving in it. A shape detached itself from the deeper shadows near the bathroom door. It was man-shaped, but wrong. It wasn't a person. It was a concentration of darkness, a blot of deeper black that seemed to drink the little light that spilled from the living room. It had no features, no face, no clothes. It was just a humanoid silhouette made of shifting, oily shadow. And it was drifting. It didn't walk. Its feet, if it had any, didn't touch the floor. It glided smoothly, silently, up the hallway, coming from the back of the apartment towards the living room, towards me. Or rather, towards the me that was still sitting in the chair, completely unaware. From my position above, I watched this thing, this shadow, glide up the hallway. It moved with a purpose that was utterly chilling. It didn't waver or hesitate. It came straight down the center of the hall, a silent, flowing patch of night. My perspective from above made it seem even more sinister, like I was watching a predator stalk its prey, and the prey was my own oblivious body. Time seemed to have stopped and stretched. The shadow figure reached the end of the hallway and entered the living room. It didn't pause. It drifted right up behind the chair, behind the me that was typing. It stopped, hovering just inches from my back. And then it leaned forward. It tilted its featureless head as if it was looking over my shoulder, as if it was reading what was on the screen. The proximity was intimate and violating in a way I can't even describe. This thing, this presence, was right there. I could feel its attention. It was focused on the screen, on the back of my neck. From above, I could see the top of its head, a smooth black expanse, and the way it was angled down, peering. The terror was a physical thing. It was a cold, hard stone in my gut. It was a pressure in my chest so immense, I thought my ribs would crack. I was still up there, watching this entire horrifying tableau unfold, completely powerless. And then, as if on some silent cue, the me in the chair moved. The body in the chair, my body, suddenly went rigid. The shoulders tensed, the hands froze over the keyboard, and then, slowly, the head began to turn to look over its right shoulder. The moment the movement began, the shadow figure reacted. It didn't just move, it bolted. It didn't turn, it didn't run. It seemed to unravel and snap back like a rubber band, shooting back down the hallway with impossible speed. It was a blur of blackness, and it was gone, vanishing into the dark mouth of the hallway in less than a heartbeat. The instant it disappeared, I slammed back into my body. It was a violent, nauseating jolt. 1 second I was observing from the ceiling, and the next I was gasping, my heart hammering against my sternum like a trapped bird. I was back in the chair, my head was turned, and I was staring into the empty, dark hallway. My neck was stiff from being held in that position. My fingers were tingling, numb from where they'd been resting on the keyboard. The cold was the first thing I felt physically. It was deep, a marrow-deep chill that had nothing to do with the draft I'd felt earlier. It was the cold of a tomb, and it felt like it had seeped into me from the inside out. My teeth started chattering. My whole body was trembling, a fine, uncontrollable shaking that started in my hands and radiated outwards. I didn't see anything in the hallway. It was just black. But the feeling of being watched was so intense, it was like a physical weight on my skin. The air was heavy, oppressive. It felt charged, the way it does right before a lightning strike. I didn't think. There was no rational process. My body took over. I shoved myself away from the desk so hard the chair rolled back and slammed into the wall. I didn't look back. I ran. My legs were weak, rubbery, but pure adrenaline propelled me forward. I didn't go towards the hallway. Hell no. I ran the 3 steps to the front door and fumbled with the deadbolt, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. I yanked the door open and sprinted across the short stretch of living room to the bedroom door. My bedroom, our bedroom. I never wanted to be in that hallway. I didn't even glance down it. I burst into the bedroom, slammed the door shut and locked it. It was a flimsy lock, one of those little twist buttons in the center of the knob, but I twisted it so hard I thought the plastic might break. I stood there, my back pressed against the door, panting. My heart was beating so fast and so loud I could hear it pounding in my ears. I listened. The apartment was silent. Not the normal living silence. This was a dead, waiting silence. I strained my ears, trying to hear any sound from the living room or the hallway, a footstep, a rustle, anything. There was nothing. I slid down the door to the floor, pulling my knees up to my chest. I wrapped my arms around my legs, trying to make myself as small as possible, trying to stop the shaking. The cold was still there, deep inside me. I felt like I'd been dunked in ice water. I remember pressing my forehead against my knees and just focusing on breathing, on the simple mechanical act of inhaling and exhaling, because if I stopped to think about what had just happened, I was sure I would completely lose my mind. What was that? A dream, a hallucination? But it felt more real than the carpet fibers I could feel through my socks. The memory of seeing the part in my own hair from above was seared into my brain. The image of that shadowy form leaning over my shoulder was crystal clear. The sensation of being ripped from my body and then violently shoved back in was a physical memory, a bone-deep trauma. I stayed like that, huddled against the door for what felt like hours. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare make a sound. I just listened to the frantic beat of my own heart and the absolute terrifying quiet from the other side of the door. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, grey morning light was filtering through the blinds, and I was stiff and sore. Still curled up on the floor, I woke up disoriented, the events of the night before rushing back in a sickening wave. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach. I listened again. The apartment was silent, but now it was the normal daytime silence. I could hear a car starting outside, a bird chirping. Cautiously, I unlocked the bedroom door and peeked out. The living room was just as I'd left it. The computer monitor was dark. The chair was still pushed against the wall. Everything was normal. Sunlight was streaming in through the windows, illuminating the dust in the air. It looked so ordinary, so benign. It made the memory of the night before feel like a bizarre, feverish nightmare. My ex came home later that morning. He looked tired and smelled like beer. I didn't tell him what happened. I was too scared he'd think I was crazy. But a few days later we were arguing again about something else entirely, and he just stopped mid-sentence and looked around the room, a weird expression on his face. "You know," he said, his voice quieter than usual, "this place gives me the creeps sometimes, especially at night. I feel like I'm being watched." I just stared at him, my blood running cold all over again. I never told him what I saw. We broke up a few months later and I moved out, and I've never set foot in that building again, but I've never forgotten that feeling of being outside of myself, of watching that thing come up the hall and stop behind me. I can still feel the cold. I can still see the top of my own head. And sometimes, when I'm sitting alone in a quiet room, I get this overwhelming, irrational urge to check over my shoulder, terrified of what I might see leaning in to look. Tsano, Story 7. I remember the exact moment it started. We were in the middle of a story about some local legend, and I was half listening, half watching the moths flutter too close to the embers. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it. My sister Maya's voice, clear as day, calling my nickname from the direction of the gate. "Bug," she said, just like that. Soft, but urgent. My heart jumped into my throat because it sounded so real, so close, like she was right there. Maya's the only one who calls me Bug. It's this dumb childhood thing that's stuck, and she says it in this particular way, kind of teasing but fond. Without even thinking, I bolted up from my chair, the metal legs scraping against the patio stones, and I ran toward the gate. The gate is this old wooden thing at the edge of our property, partly hidden by overgrown bushes. It leads to a narrow path that winds into the woods, and at night it always feels like it's watching you. As I got closer, my sneakers crunching on gravel, I expected to see Maya standing there, maybe grinning, because she'd surprised us. But when I reached it, panting a little, there was nothing. Just the gate swinging slightly, like someone had just touched it, and beyond it, the dark mouth of the path swallowed by shadows. The air felt cold there, colder than it should have been for a summer night, and I could see my breath fogging up in little puffs. My skin crawled, and I remember thinking, no, that can't be right. Maya was supposed to be at her friend's place miles away, and she wouldn't just show up without telling us. Before I could even process it, Alex was right behind me, his face pale in the dim light. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice tight. It sounded like Maya. She said bug, and then bugs, like she was scared or something. My stomach dropped because he'd heard it too, the exact same thing. Not just the nickname, but the way she'd said it, the urgency, the slight tremor in her voice that I know so well. We stood there for a second, just staring at each other, and I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. The silence around us was thick, heavy, like the whole world had gone quiet on purpose. Rafa came over then, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He put a hand on my shoulder, and I could feel it shaking slightly. "What's going on?" he asked, but his tone was off. Usually he'd be joking, telling us to stop messing around, but now he sounded wary, like he'd heard something too. We told him what happened, and his face went still, the way it does when he's really thinking hard. "Let's call Maya," he said, pulling out his phone. His fingers fumbled with the screen, and I noticed how the light from it made his knuckles look bony and white. We huddled together as he dialed, the phone ringing loud in the quiet. When Maya answered, she sounded sleepy, confused. "Hey, what's up?" she mumbled. Rafa put it on speaker, and I could hear the hum of her room in the background. Nothing like the stillness here. "Were you just here?" Alex blurted out, his voice too high. Maya laughed, but it was uneasy. "No, I'm at Sarah's, remember? I've been here all night." My blood went cold because that confirmed it. She wasn't anywhere near us. The voice we heard wasn't hers. It was something else. Something that knew exactly how to sound like her, down to the little inflections that only family would recognize. The rest of the night is a blur of fear and confusion. Rafa herded us back toward the house, his arm around my shoulders, and I could feel how tense he was. He kept looking back at the gate, like he expected to see something there. Inside, we locked all the doors and windows, but it didn't help much. I kept replaying it in my head, the way the voice had called out, how real it felt. It wasn't like a recording or an echo. It was alive, personal. It knew my nickname, and it used it like a key, like it was trying to draw me in. Alex and I didn't say much after that, just sat on the couch, staring at the TV without really watching it. Every little noise made us jump, the fridge humming, the house settling, anything that sounded even remotely like a voice. What gets me the most, even now, is the intimacy of it. That thing, whatever it was, didn't just mimic Maya's voice. It knew the way she says bug, the way she tacks on an S sometimes when she's worried or in a hurry. It's the kind of detail you'd only pick up if you'd spent years around her, listening to her talk. And it used that to lure me, to make me run toward the gate where there was nothing. The thought that something out there was watching us, learning our habits, our little family quirks. It's chilling in a way that's hard to describe. It's not like in movies where there's a monster or a ghost. It's this creeping, unseen presence that feels smarter than you. Like it's playing a game. I remember sitting there in the living room, the lights too bright, and feeling this deep, cold dread settle in my bones. Rafa tried to lighten the mood, saying it was probably the wind or an animal, but his eyes gave him away. They were wide, unfocused, like he'd seen something he couldn't explain. Alex kept rubbing his arms like he was cold, and every time the house made a noise, we'd all freeze, listening. At one point, I thought I heard it again, a faint bug from outside, but when I looked at Alex, he just shook his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. We didn't sleep much that night. I kept my bedside lamp on, and every shadow in my room seemed to move on its own. The next morning, everything felt normal. The sun was out, birds were chirping, but it was like the world had shifted overnight. We checked the gate, and there were no footprints, nothing out of place, just the same old wood and rust. But I can't shake the feeling that something was there. Something that knew us too well. Even now, years later, I get nervous when I'm outside at night, especially near that gate. I listen for voices, for any sound that doesn't belong, and sometimes I still hear it in my dreams, that perfect imitation, calling my name, pulling me towards something I can't see. And the worst part is, I'll never know what it was or why it chose us, why it used Maya's voice to get to me. It just happened, and then it was over, leaving this hollow, scared feeling that never really goes away. Story 8. I never really thought much about ghosts or anything like that before that day. It was just one of those things you hear about, but never expect to actually happen to you. My mom and I were driving up to see her old friend Marjorie in upstate New York. It was autumn, the kind of day where the air is crisp and the leaves are all shades of red and orange, crunching under your feet. We'd made this trip a few times before, but this one felt different from the start, though I couldn't say why. Maybe it was the way the sky looked, all grey and heavy, like it was holding its breath. We got to Marjorie's place around mid-morning. Her house is this old, creaky thing tucked away on a quiet road, surrounded by these massive oak trees that seem to loom over everything. She's lived there for decades. And you can tell. The place has that settled-in feeling, with peeling paint on the porch and a garden that's mostly gone wild. Marjorie herself is a sweet lady, but she's gotten frail over the years. She uses an oxygen tube to help her breathe, and she moves slow, like every step takes effort. When we pulled up, I could see her through the screen door, waving us in with a shaky hand. Inside, the house smelled like dust and old wood, with a hint of something sweet, maybe cinnamon from a candle she had burning. We sat in her living room, which was cluttered with knickknacks and faded photographs. My mom started catching up with her, talking about family stuff, and I just kind of zoned out, looking around. That's when Marjorie brought up Oliver Oakley. She said it so casually, like she was talking about the weather. "You know, the ghost who planted all these oaks," she said, pointing out the window. "Oliver's been around for years. He's a quiet one, just tends to his trees." I remember feeling a little chill run down my spine, but I brushed it off. My mom laughed it off too, saying something like, "Oh, Marjorie, you and your stories." But Marjorie wasn't joking. She had this serious look in her eyes, like she was stating a fact. She told us how Oliver was a gardener who lived there a long time ago, and he loved oak trees so much he planted them all over the property. She said he still checks on them sometimes, and that's why you might hear things or see shadows moving around. I didn't think much of it at first, just an old lady's ramblings, you know. We spent the next couple hours there drinking tea and chatting. The whole time I kept feeling like someone was watching us, but I told myself it was just my imagination. The house has these big windows, and the trees outside cast long shadows that danced on the walls as the wind blew. Around 2 in the afternoon, my mum went to the bathroom, and I was left alone with Marjorie in the living room. That's when things started to get weird. We were talking about nothing in particular when suddenly the inside door to the hallway slammed shut. Not like a normal door closing. It was loud, violent, like someone had thrown it with all their might. The force of it made the whole house shudder, and I jumped in my seat. Marjorie's oxygen tube, which was hooked up to a tank near her chair, got caught in the doorframe and bent at a sharp angle. She let out a little gasp, and I rushed over to check on her. The tube was kinked, and for a second I thought it might cut off her air, but she managed to straighten it out, her hands trembling. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel my palms getting sweaty. "What was that?" I asked. But Marjorie just shook her head and said, "It's just Oliver. He doesn't like it when we leave that door open." Her voice was calm, like this happened all the time, but I could see the fear in her eyes. That's when I heard footsteps coming from the hallway. Heavy, slow footsteps, like someone walking in boots on a wooden floor. They weren't hurried or angry, just steady, like they had all the time in the world. I peered down the hallway, and that's when I saw him. A tall, shadowy figure standing near the end of the hall, right where the door had slammed. He was wearing a long coat and a hat, like something from an old photograph, and he was just standing there, not moving. I couldn't make out his face. It was all dark, like a silhouette against the dim light. But I could tell he was looking toward the living room, and for a split second I felt this overwhelming sense that he was real, solid, not some trick of the light. My mum came back from the bathroom then, and I quickly told her what happened. I pointed down the hall, but the figure was gone. She laughed it off, saying I was letting my imagination run wild. "It's probably just the wind," she said, but I knew it wasn't. The door had slammed from inside the house, and the footsteps were too clear, too deliberate. Marjorie didn't say much after that. She just sat there, fiddling with her oxygen tube, looking uneasy. We stayed for a little while longer, but the mood had shifted. Every little noise made me jump. The creak of the floorboards, the rustle of leaves outside. I kept glancing down the hallway, half expecting to see that figure again. At one point, I thought I heard someone walking around outside, near the oak trees. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing. The whole time I felt this weird mix of fear and curiosity. Part of me wanted to run out of there, but another part was fascinated, like I was witnessing something rare and mysterious. As the afternoon wore on, the light started to fade, casting long shadows across the room. We decided it was time to head back, and my mum helped Marjorie get settled before we left. On our way out, I took one last look around the house, and that's when I saw it again, the figure standing under one of the big oak trees in the yard. He was just standing there, tall and shadowy, with his coat and hat, not moving. He didn't look menacing or angry. He just seemed peaceful, like he was checking on the tree. For a moment our eyes met, or at least I felt like they did, and I got this strange sense that he was acknowledging me, like he knew I saw him. Then, just like that, he was gone. Not like he walked away or faded. 1 second he was there, and the next, he wasn't. It happened so fast that I almost doubted I'd seen anything at all, but the image stuck with me, clear as day. On the drive home, I tried to talk to my mom about it, but she just shrugged it off, saying Marjorie's house was old and drafty, and I was probably tired, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That day left me with this peculiar autumn memory that I can't shake. It wasn't scary in a horror movie way. It was more like this deep, unsettling feeling that there's more to the world than we think. Oliver Oakley wasn't some angry ghost trying to haunt anyone. He was just a quiet gardener doing what he loved, even after all these years. But the way that door slammed, the way his footsteps echoed, and the way he stood there under that tree, it's something I'll never forget. I still don't know how to explain it, and maybe I never will. It's just one of those things that happened, and now it's a part of me, this eerie, friendly ghost story that feels more real than anything else. Story 9. That's why what happened a few hours later feels so much worse. It wasn't some creepy old house or a dark forest. It was her apartment, a place I knew as well as my own, a place that felt safe. I jolted awake. Not the slow, groggy waking up you do when the sun's coming up, but a full-body snap into consciousness, like when you're falling in a dream and you hit the ground. My heart was already hammering in my chest, a frantic, painful thumping against my ribs. The first thing I noticed was the heat. The room was sweltering. We'd gone to sleep with the window cracked open because she always got cold. But now the air was thick and hot, like the middle of a summer afternoon with no AC. It was hard to breathe, the air feeling heavy in my lungs. I looked at the clock on the cable box. 4 o'clock in the morning. The room was pitch black, not even the usual city glow seeping around the edges of the blinds. It was a suffocating kind of dark. And then I felt it. It's hard to describe a feeling that has no physical source. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a pressure, a weight in the room that had nothing to do with the heat. It was a sense of something else being there with us. Not just a something, but a someone, a presence. And it was pure, undiluted malice. I've never believed in that stuff, not really. Ghosts, demons, whatever. But in that moment, lying on that couch in the dark, I knew with every fiber of my being that we were not alone, and whatever was with us hated us. My girlfriend stirred next to me. I felt her body go rigid. She didn't say anything, but her breathing hitched, turning into these shallow, panicked little gasps. I reached for her hand under the blanket and found it ice cold and trembling. She gripped my fingers so hard it hurt. "Do you feel that?" she whispered. Her voice was thin, stretched tight with fear. I just squeezed her hand, my throat too tight to speak. I didn't need to answer. She knew I felt it. That was the most terrifying part. It wasn't just me. This wasn't a bad dream or a panic attack. This was a shared horror. And that's when the dream came rushing back to me. I'd forgotten it the second I woke up, my mind too busy being terrified of the waking world. But now it flooded back, every detail crisp and clear. In the dream, I was standing right there in her living room, in the exact spot where we were lying. Everything looked the same, the TV, the coffee table with our empty pizza boxes, her plants on the windowsill. But she was standing in front of me, her face pale and stark, her eyes wide and desperate. She grabbed my shoulders, her fingers digging into my skin. "We're not alone," she said, her voice urgent, almost a sob. "You have to believe me. We are not alone in here. You have to get us out." Then I woke up, and now here we were, living the nightmare her dream self had warned us about. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was a physical force. It felt like 1,000 invisible eyes were pinned on us, staring from every corner of the dark room. Not with curiosity, but with a cold, focused hatred. I found myself scanning the darkness, my eyes straining to see shapes. But there was nothing, just blackness. And that was worse. My imagination started painting pictures in the dark, forming shadows into looming figures. But I knew it wasn't my imagination causing the primal fear twisting my guts. The fear was the cause. The imagined shapes were just my brain trying to make sense of it. The room didn't just feel different because of the heat or the dark. It felt wrong. The space itself felt corrupted. The air had a taste to it, a metallic, coppery taste like old blood. A low hum, so deep it was more a vibration in my bones than a sound in my ears, seemed to fill the apartment. I could feel it in my teeth. My girlfriend was crying now, silent tears that tracked down her face. She pressed herself against me, her whole body shaking. "It's in the hallway," she breathed into my ear, her voice cracking. I looked toward the short hallway that led to the bedroom and bathroom. The door to the bedroom was slightly ajar, a sliver of even deeper blackness showing that's where the feeling was strongest. That's where it was waiting. I had this overwhelming certain knowledge that if that door swung open we would see it, and seeing it would break us forever. We couldn't stay on that couch. It felt like we were offering ourselves up, just lying there in the open. I nudged her, my movements stiff with terror. "We have to go, now," I whispered. We slid off the couch onto the floor. The carpet felt gritty under my hands. We crouched there for a second, listening. The silence was absolute, and yet it was screaming at us. That low hum was still there, a background dread. Then I remembered the cat. Where was Binks? He always slept with us. A new, sharp fear lanced through me. What if it had done something to him? I risked a glance around the base of the couch, and there he was, huddled in the narrow space between the couch and the wall, his black fur bristling, making him look twice his size. His eyes were wide, the pupils massive black pools, and he was staring, unblinking, directly at the hallway door. A low, continuous growl rumbled in his chest, a sound I'd never heard him make before. It wasn't a sound of annoyance or a warning to another cat. It was a sound of pure animal terror and defiance. He saw it. He knew it was there. That was the final confirmation. The cat, this stupid, lazy animal who was afraid of plastic bags, was seeing the same thing we were feeling. My blood ran cold. "We have to get Binks," I whispered to my girlfriend. She nodded, fresh tears welling in her eyes. She loved that cat more than anything. Moving across that 10-foot stretch of living room to the front door felt like crossing a mile-long battlefield. Every inch was exposed. My back was to the hallway, and the skin between my shoulder blades crawled with the certainty that something was creeping up behind me, reaching out a cold, dead hand. I could almost feel its breath on my neck. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew if I turned around, I would see it, and I would freeze and we would be trapped. My girlfriend scrambled to the couch and reached into the gap. Binks, normally skittish, let her scoop him up without a struggle. He just buried his face in her arm, his little body trembling violently. I fumbled for my keys on the little table by the door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick them up. The metal felt unnaturally cold. I couldn't find the right key. It was a jangling, chaotic mess in my hand. My vision was blurry with panic. I just started stabbing keys at the deadbolt, my breath coming in ragged pants. Click. The sound was deafeningly loud in the silent apartment. I wrenched the door open, and we practically fell out into the third-floor hallway. The hallway lights were on, bright and fluorescent. The air was cool and normal. The shift was so abrupt it was disorienting. It was like stepping out of a nightmare and into boring, everyday reality. But the terror didn't leave us. It clung to us like a smell. We didn't speak. We just ran for the stairwell, our footsteps echoing too loudly. I kept expecting to hear the apartment door creak open behind us, to hear footsteps following, but there was nothing. We burst out of the building's front door into the cold pre-dawn air. It was 5 in the morning now. The sky was starting to lighten from black to a deep, bruised blue. The street was empty and quiet. We ran to my car, parked just down the block. I fumbled with the keys again, finally unlocking it, and we scrambled inside, slamming the doors shut and locking them immediately. We sat there for a full minute, just breathing. Great, heaving gulps of air. Binks was huddled on my girlfriend's lap, still shaking. She was stroking his head, her own hands trembling. "What the hell was that?" I finally said, my voice hoarse. She just shook her head, tears streaming down her face again. I don't know. We drove to her mum's house, in the next town over. The drive was a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure in the back seat or standing in the middle of the road behind us. The streets were deserted. The world was still asleep. It felt like we were the only two people left alive, fleeing from some unspeakable thing. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We both knew what we had felt. We both remembered the dream. There were no rational explanations. A gas leak, carbon monoxide, that wouldn't explain the shared specific dream, that wouldn't explain the cat's reaction, that wouldn't explain the feeling of intelligent, focused evil. We pulled into her mom's driveway. Just as the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon, we didn't even bother knocking. We just walked in. Her mom was in the kitchen making coffee, and she took one look at our faces and knew something was terribly wrong. We sat at her kitchen table, the bright, cheerful yellow walls and the smell of coffee, feeling alien and wrong. We tried to explain. The words tumbled out of us, fragmented and frantic. The heat, the waking up at 4, the dream, the feeling of being watched, the cat. We must have sounded insane. Her mom listened, her face growing more and more concerned. She's a practical woman, a nurse. She checked us for fevers, asked if we'd eaten anything weird, but she could see it in our eyes. This wasn't food poisoning. This was a deep, fundamental terror that had shaken us to our core. We spent the rest of the day there, wrapped in blankets on the couch, jumping at every little sound. We were safe, physically. But the memory of those hours in her apartment was burned into my brain. The feeling of that presence is something I can still call up, even now, sitting in a brightly lit room. It's a cold spot in my memory. We never went back to get her stuff. Her mom and a couple of her uncles went later that week during the day and packed all her things. They said the apartment felt fine, normal. A little stuffy, but normal. They didn't feel a thing. We moved into a new place together a month later. We never talked about it much after that. It was too big, too frightening. It was easier to just try and forget. But I'll never forget the certainty of it, the absolute knowledge that something was in that room with us, something that knew we were there, something that hated us. And the most chilling part, the part that keeps me up some nights, isn't the heat or the darkness or the feeling of being watched. It's the dream. The fact that she warned me. It was like some part of her knew what was coming and tried to get a message through. A message from the other side of sleep. And sometimes I lie awake and I wonder, if her dream self hadn't given us that warning, if we'd just woken up into that terror without any context, would we have been fast enough to get out? Or would we still be there, trapped in that hot, dark room with it forever? Story 10. I was out on patrol that day, like I had been for the past few months. It was my job to keep an eye on the man-made lakes out on the tribal lands, a gig I'd picked up through a friend of a friend. The pay wasn't great, but it was steady, and I liked the solitude most of the time. The lakes were created decades ago for irrigation or something, but now they're just these big, still bodies of water, surrounded by scrubland and fences. The tribal lands have this quiet dignity to them, you know? like the air itself is holding its breath, waiting for something. I always tried to be respectful, driving slow, not messing with anything. I'm not tribal myself, just hired help, so I kept my head down and did my rounds. That particular day started off normal enough. It was a Thursday, I think, because I remember thinking how close it was to the weekend I'd been on duty, since around 2 in the afternoon, cruising in my beat-up SUV along the dirt roads that skirt the lakes. The sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows, and the heat was easing up a bit. I had the windows down, letting in the dry, dusty air, and the radio was playing some classic rock station that faded in and out. I was making my way along the northern fence line, where the land slopes down toward the water. The fence is old, chain link, about 6 feet high with barbed wire on top in some spots. Beyond it, the lake stretched out, dark and calm, like a sheet of glass. I was just driving, not really thinking about much, when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. At first I thought it was a deer or maybe a coyote. We get those out here sometimes, but when I turned my head, my heart just dropped. There was this figure maybe 50 yards away, walking parallel to the fence. It was tall, way taller than any person I've ever seen. I'd guess over 8 feet. Easy. And it was pale grey, like ash or old concrete, with no real features I could make out from that distance. But its eyes, man, those eyes were deep red, glowing almost, like embers in a fire. They stood out against the greyness, and I felt this cold knot form in my stomach. I slowed the SUV to a crawl, trying to get a better look without getting too close. The thing was moving smoothly, not like it was walking, but gliding, keeping pace with my vehicle. It didn't seem to have legs or arms in a normal way. It was just this tall, slender shape, and those red eyes were fixed on me. I could feel them, like a weight pressing down on me. I rolled up the window without even thinking, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The radio cut out completely, not even static, just dead silence. And that's when I noticed everything else had gone quiet too. No birds, no insects, no wind rustling the grass. It was like the whole world had muted itself, and all I could hear was the thumping of my own heart. I kept driving, maybe a little faster now, but the thing stayed right there, matching my speed. It never broke stride, just moved along the fence like it was tethered to me. I thought about stopping, maybe getting out to see if it was some kind of prank or hallucination, but my gut told me not to. This felt real, too real. The air got colder, and I could see my breath fogging up the inside of the windshield. I fumbled for my phone, but there was no service out there. Like always, I was alone with this thing, and the silence was so heavy, it felt like it was squeezing the air out of my lungs. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes, I reached a bend in the road where the fence turns inward toward a gate. I figured I'd head back to the main compound, report what I saw, maybe laugh it off later as lack of sleep or something. But when I glanced back, the figure was gone, just like that. Vanished. The silence lifted too. I could hear a distant bird call, the hum of the engine again. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and sped up, my hands still trembling. I didn't look back again. I just focused on getting the hell out of there. When I pulled into the compound, a small cluster of buildings where the tribal offices are, I must have looked as shaken as I felt. One of the elders, an older guy I'd seen around but never really talked to, was standing outside. He took one look at me and his expression tightened. I stumbled out of the SUV, my legs wobbly, and started babbling about what I'd seen. I didn't even get all the words out before he held up a hand to stop me. He didn't seem surprised, just grim, like he'd heard this before. He said something in his native language to another guy nearby, then turned back to me and told me I needed to stay in one of the secured shacks for the night. No questions, no explanations, just that it wasn't safe for me to leave. I didn't argue. Something in his tone, in the way the other tribal members were avoiding my eyes, told me this was serious. They led me to a small, windowless shack on the edge of the compound. It was made of thick wood with a heavy metal door and a bolt on the inside. They called it secured, and it looked it, like a storm shelter or something. Inside, it was bare, a cot, a bucket in the corner, and a single battery-powered lantern. No windows, just the door. They told me to bolt it from the inside and not to open it for anyone until morning. One of them handed me a bottle of water and a protein bar. Then they left without another word. I heard the crunch of their footsteps fading away, and then it was quiet again. I bolted the door, my hands still unsteady, and sat down on the cot. The lantern cast a weak yellow light, making shadows dance on the walls. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was just a weird animal, maybe a trick of the light. But those red eyes kept flashing in my mind, and the silence from earlier felt like it was creeping back in. I checked my phone, still no service. Still. The time was around 7 in the evening, I think. I ate the protein bar, not because I was hungry, but because I needed something to do. The shack smelled of dust and old wood, and the air was stale. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the small space. As it got darker outside, I could tell, because the cracks around the door went from grey to black. I started to hear things. At first, it was just faint sounds, like someone walking around outside. I figured it was the tribal members making rounds, but then it got closer knocks, soft at first, tapping on the walls. Not in any pattern, just random, like someone testing the wood. I froze on the cot, my heart hammering against my ribs. I held my breath, listening. The knocks came again, a little harder this time from different sides of the shack. Then shuffling sounds, like something dragging itself along the ground. It was slow, methodical, circling the building. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly, and pressed my ear against the door. The shuffling was right outside, accompanied by a low, raspy breathing that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I backed away, stumbling toward the cot. The knocks grew louder, more insistent, like whatever was out there was getting impatient. Then the whole shack started to shake. Not violently, but enough that I could feel the vibrations through the floor. The lantern swayed, throwing wild shadows, and I heard the wood groaning under the strain. I crouched down, wrapping my arms around my knees, trying to make myself small. The shaking wasn't constant. It would stop for a minute, then start again, always with those knocks and shuffles keeping time. I don't know how long it went on. Hours, maybe. Time lost all meaning in there. I was sweating despite the cool air, my shirt sticking to my back. Every time the shaking stopped, I'd think it was over, but then it would start up again, always from a different direction. Once, I thought I heard a scratch against the door, like nails on metal, and I nearly screamed, but I bit my lip, tasting blood, and stayed silent. I kept thinking about those red eyes, how they'd watched me, and now this thing was out there, toying with me. It felt personal, like it knew I was in here, alone and terrified. At some point, I must have dozed off from exhaustion, because I jerked awake to the sound of birds chirping. The knocks and shuffling had stopped. The shack wasn't shaking anymore. Grey light was seeping in around the door. Dawn. I stayed on the cot for a long time, just listening. Everything was quiet, normal quiet, not that eerie silence from before. My body ached from tension, and my head throbbed. Slowly, I unbolted the door and pushed it open. The morning air was crisp and clean, and the sun was just rising over the lakes. Everything looked peaceful, like nothing had happened. But as I stepped out, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not from any particular direction, just this general sense of eyes on me, from the shadows, from the trees, from everywhere. The tribal members were already up, going about their business, but they didn't look at me. I got in my SUV and drove away, and I've never been back. That was months ago, but I still dream about those red eyes. Sometimes, when I'm in the dark, I feel them on me, and I know it's not over. Story 11. I was 7 years old when the shadows started talking on my wall. It wasn't like in cartoons, where a shadow is just the dark shape of something real. These were their own things. They moved on their own, and they talked. Our house was this old 2-story place, way out in the sticks of upstate New York. The kind of house that's surrounded by nothing but trees and silence, where the nearest neighbor is a mile down the road, and the only light at night comes from the moon, if it's out. My room was at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor. It was always colder in there than in the rest of the house. No matter how high my mom cranked the heat, I had this one nightlight, a little plastic turtle that glowed a weak greenish yellow, and it plugged into the outlet right by my door. That was it. That was all the light I had. The first time it happened was a school night. I remember because I was trying to fall asleep and worrying about a spelling test the next day. I was just lying there, staring at the wall opposite my bed. It was a plain white wall, or it was supposed to be. In the dim green light from my turtle, the texture of the plaster looked like rolling hills, and then I saw one of the hills detach itself. It wasn't a sudden jump scare thing. It was slow. A patch of darkness just pooled together, got thicker than the rest of the shadows, and rose up from the wall's surface. It formed a shape, a small shape, like a kid, but with no features, just a solid black silhouette of a child. And then another one formed right next to it. They were just standing there on my wall, 2 shadow kids facing each other. My heart was hammering in my ears, but I was frozen. I couldn't even scream. I just watched, and then I heard it, not with my ears, not a sound that traveled through the air. It was a sound that just appeared inside my head. A dry, rustling whisper, like leaves skittering across pavement. I couldn't make out words at first. It was just the feeling of conversation. A back-and-forth murmur of static and whispers. They were talking to each other. On my wall, I don't know how long I laid there, paralyzed. It felt like hours. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion, because I woke up with the sun streaming through my window, my blankets tangled around my legs, and my heart still beating too fast. At breakfast, my hands were shaking so bad, I spilled my orange juice. My mom asked what was wrong, and I told her. I told her about the shadow kids talking on my wall. She wiped up the juice, gave me a tired smile, and said, "Honey, it was just a bad dream. You've got a big imagination." That was her line for everything. You've got a big imagination. She said it so much it started to feel like an accusation. But it wasn't a dream. I knew it wasn't. The cold spot in my room felt colder that day. When I went back in after school, the air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I didn't want to be in there. I started doing my homework at the kitchen table, dragging my blanket out to the couch to watch TV, finding any excuse not to be alone in that room. The shadows came back the next night, and the night after that. It became my new normal. I'd lie in bed, my back to the wall, facing the door, praying for sleep to come quickly, but I could always feel them behind me. I could feel the temperature drop a few more degrees. I could hear that rustling whisper start up in my mind. Sometimes, if I was brave enough or stupid enough to look, I'd see there were 3 of them, sometimes just 1. They never looked at me. They just talked amongst themselves, their silent, frantic conversation a constant hum in the background of my thoughts. I stopped sleeping well. I had these constant dark circles under my eyes. I started getting sick more often. Little colds that wouldn't go away, headaches that started right when I walked into my room. My mom took me to the doctor. He said it was stress, maybe allergies. He suggested a new pillow. My mom bought me the pillow. It didn't help. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just when the shadows were on the wall. It was all the time I was in that room. It was a specific, pointed kind of attention. Like something was in the corner of the room, just outside my line of sight, and if I turned my head fast enough, I might catch it. I never did. But I felt it. It felt old, and it felt angry. Not a hot, shouting anger, but a cold, patient, resentful anger, like a grudge that had been held for 100 years. My parents started fighting. They never used to, but now I'd hear them at night, their voices low and tense through my bedroom wall. It was always about money, or my dad's job, but it felt like the house itself was making them angry. The air in the whole place felt thick and sour. Then came the night of the out-of-body thing. I remember this so clearly because it was the most terrifying thing that had ever happened to me. And it had nothing to do with the shadows. I was in bed, trying to ignore the whispering that was already starting to buzz in my skull. I was facing the wall where they gathered, and I saw them begin to form, 3 of them tonight. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out. I started counting in my head, anything to distract myself. And then, suddenly, I was floating. It wasn't a gentle float, it was a violent yanking sensation. 1 second I was in my body, feeling the scratchy cotton of my sheets, and the next I was up near the ceiling, looking down. I could see myself in the bed, a small lump under the blue comforter. I could see the top of my own head, my hair messy on the pillow. I could see the shadow children on the wall, and for the first time, they weren't just silhouettes. They had a depth to them, an infinite, starless blackness, and their whispering wasn't just in my head anymore. It was a real sound, a low, guttural chittering that filled the room. I was looking down at my own body, and I knew, with a certainty that turned my insides to ice, that I wasn't alone in it. There was something else in there with me, something that was pushing me out. I could feel its presence, that same cold, ancient anger, but now it was inside the shell of me. It was trying to take my place. The panic was absolute. It was a white-hot wire running through the version of me that was floating near the ceiling. I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to fight, but I had no arms. I was just a point of awareness, trapped and being erased. I focused everything I had, every bit of 7-year-old will, on getting back. I thought of my mom, of my dog, of the way the sun felt on my face. I fought against that cold pressure, that thing squatting in my body. There was a final, sickening lurch, and I was back. I gasped, a real physical gasp that hurt my lungs. I was drenched in a cold sweat, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. The shadow children were gone. The whispering was gone. But the feeling of that other thing, the vile, occupying presence, lingered in my bones. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat up in bed, clutching my knees to my chest, watching the door, waiting for the sun. The next morning, I was a mess. I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't form words. My mom knew it was more than a nightmare this time. She was scared. I saw it in her eyes. She called my dad home from work, and they had a hushed, frantic conversation in the kitchen. I heard the word doctor again, but then my mom said, "No, this is something else." That's when she called the psychic. Her name was Sarah. I think she was a friend of a friend. And she came over that same afternoon. She wasn't what I expected. She wasn't wearing flowing robes or a bunch of crystals. She was just a normal-looking lady in jeans and a sweater. But the second she walked into our house, her smile vanished. She stopped in the entryway and just looked up the stairs towards my room. She didn't need me to show her. She walked right up, my parents and I trailing behind her. She paused at my doorway, her hand on the frame. She closed her eyes for a second, then stepped inside. She didn't say anything for a long time. She just stood in the middle of my room, her arms crossed, her face pale. The air in the room felt even heavier than usual, charged, like before a thunderstorm. I could feel that watching, feeling intensify, focusing on her. Finally, she turned to my parents. Her voice was quiet but very firm. "You need to get your son out of this room right now." We all went back down to the living room. I sat on the couch, and my mom put her arm around me. I was still trembling. Sarah sat across from us, her hands clasped in her lap. She looked right at my mom. "You have a malevolent entity in this house," she said. "It's attached to the land, but it's anchored itself here, in your son's room. It's old. and it's very, very angry." My dad scoffed. He was a practical man, an engineer. "An entity? You mean a ghost?" "It's not a ghost," Sarah said, and her tone shut him up. "A ghost is a remnant of a person. This was never a person. It's something else, a presence. It feeds on fear, on negative energy. Your son," she said, looking at me with a pity that made my stomach clench, "he's sensitive. He's like a bright light to it. It's been trying to make room for itself." My mom squeezed my shoulder. "Make room? What does that mean?" "It means it's been trying to displace him," Sarah said bluntly, "to push his consciousness out and take over his physical form. What he described, the floating feeling, that was it trying to evict him." The room was dead silent. I felt sick. I hadn't told anyone about the floating. I hadn't been able to find the words. Sarah told my parents that cleansing the house wouldn't work. The thing was too strong, too rooted. She said the only thing to do was to leave, to get as far away as possible, and to do it quickly. That was the day everything changed. The day the fear became official. It wasn't in my head anymore. A grown-up had confirmed it. There was a monster in my room, and it wanted my body. The plan was to pack and leave in 2 days. We'd stay in a hotel that night, but we never got those 2 days. Later that same day, a few hours after Sarah left, I was in the living room. I was supposed to be packing a bag of my favorite things, but I was just sitting on the floor, staring at the carpet. The reality of it was crashing down on me. We were leaving our home because of me. I felt a pull, a physical tugging sensation in my chest, drawing me towards the stairs. It was the same feeling as the night before, but weaker. An invitation, a demand. The thing in my room was calling me. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was just a dumb kid. Maybe I needed to see it one last time, to prove to myself it was real. I got up and walked to the stairs. My mom was in the kitchen on the phone trying to find us a hotel. She didn't see me. I walked up the stairs. Each step felt heavier than the last. The air got colder with every step. By the time I reached the top of the stairs, I could see my breath in little puffs. The hallway was dark, even though it was the middle of the afternoon. The door to my room was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was freezing. It was like walking into a freezer. The little green turtle nightlight was on, but the light seemed dim, swallowed by the darkness. And the shadows weren't just on the wall this time. They were everywhere. They coated the ceiling, the floor, my bed, my desk. They were a living, breathing darkness, a swarm of those child-shaped silhouettes, all of them chittering and whispering at once. The sound was deafening, a roaring static in my mind. In the center of it all, standing by my bed, was a taller shadow. It wasn't a child. It was the shape of a man, but gaunt and stretched, with limbs that were too long. It had no face, just a smooth black expanse, but I could feel its attention lock onto me. I could feel its cold, triumphant hatred. It was the anger I had felt, the ancient, patient thing. This was its true form, or the closest thing to a form it had. It took a step towards me. It didn't walk so much as it flowed, gliding over the floor without a sound. My heart stopped. The air was ripped from my lungs. The whispering became a single, coherent voice in my head, a voice that was like cracking ice and grinding stones. Mine. That's the last thing I remember, the word mine echoing in the freezing dark, and then nothing. I woke up in a hospital bed. My mom was there, her face streaked with tears. She told me I had passed out at the top of the stairs. She'd found me there, ice cold and not breathing, and she had to perform CPR until the ambulance came. The doctor said it was a severe vasovagal syncope, a fancy term for fainting because my body overloaded. They ran tests, but they couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. We never went back to that house. My dad went with a moving company the next week and packed all our stuff. We moved across the state to a little apartment in a busy town where the streetlights shone all night and you could always hear cars. My new room was on the first floor. It was always warm. The shadows never came back. The whispering stopped. But the memory of that cold, and the shape of that tall shadow, and the sound of that voice saying mine never left me. It's been 20 years, and I still can't sleep in total darkness. I still get a jolt of primal fear if I wake up and see a strange shape in the shadows. I learned the truth about that house years later, when I was in college and brave enough to ask. My mum finally told me. She'd done some research after we left. She found out that our house was built on the site of an old farmhouse that had burned down in the late 1800s. The family that lived there had several children. The father was a stern, violently religious man, known in the area for his harshness. The official story was that a lantern got knocked over, but the rumor, the local legend, was that the father, in a fit of rage, had locked his children in their room and set the house on fire. He died in the fire with them. The psychic was right. It was never a ghost. It was something that was born from that act of ultimate betrayal and hatred. A presence made from a father's rage and his children's terror. It was old, and it was angry. And for a little while, in a bedroom at the end of the hall, it had decided it wanted a new son. Story 12. I still don't know how to talk about this, and it's been years, but I need to get it out there, because it's one of those things that just sits with you, you know, like a weight you can't shake. This happened during my senior year of high school, back in January of 2009. I was on this school trip to Washington, D.C. for Obama's first inauguration, which was supposed to be this huge, exciting thing. And it was, for the most part. But there's this one part of the trip that stuck with me in a way I never expected, and it's not about the politics or the crowds. It's about what happened at Arlington National Cemetery, and right after that day, the day we visited the cemetery, was cold. Not just regular cold, but that damp, biting cold that seeps right through your layers, no matter how many you have on. I remember pulling my coat tighter around me, my breath making little clouds in the air as we walked through those gates. The place was huge, way bigger than I'd imagined, with rows and rows of white headstones stretching out over the hills like some kind of silent army. It was quiet too, not like library quiet, but this deep, heavy quiet that made you want to whisper, even if you weren't saying anything important. I could hear the crunch of gravel under my boots, and every now and then the distant sound of a car or someone talking, but it all felt muffled, like the place itself was swallowing up the noise. We were there with our school group, just wandering around, taking it all in. I'd never been to a military cemetery before, and it was, I don't know, breathtaking in a sad way, beautiful but somber. I found myself staring at the names on the headstones, wondering about the people buried there, what their lives were like. It hit me then. Maybe we had family here. I don't know why that thought popped into my head. It wasn't something I'd ever considered before. So I pulled out my phone, my fingers numb from the cold, and texted my mom. "Hey, do we have any family buried at Arlington?" I remember typing it quickly, shoving the phone back into my pocket to warm my hands. A few minutes later, she replied, "No, sweetie, we don't, but I bet it's beautiful there." And that was that. I didn't think much more about it at the time. We spent a couple of hours there, just walking and looking. I remember stopping by the tomb of the unknown soldier, watching the guard pace back and forth, that steady, precise rhythm that felt almost hypnotic. The air smelled like wet grass and damp earth, and the sky was this flat, grey color that made everything feel even more still. I took a few photos, but they didn't capture it. The feeling of the place, I mean. It was peaceful, but in a way that made my chest feel tight, like I was holding my breath without realizing it. I didn't say much to my friends. We were all kind of quiet, lost in our own thoughts. One of them joked about ghosts, but it didn't feel funny. It just felt heavy. After that, we headed back to the hotel, packed up, and got on the plane home to Minneapolis. The flight was uneventful. I slept most of the way, woke up with that groggy, disoriented feeling you get after napping on a plane. When we landed, it was evening, and the airport was buzzing with people, all noise and bright lights after the quiet of DC. I grabbed my bag from the overhead bin, shuffled off the plane with everyone else, and that's when it hit me. The second my feet touched the jet bridge, I felt this weird, hollow sensation in my stomach, like I'd left something important behind, not my phone or my wallet, something else, something I couldn't name. It was this empty, sinking feeling that made my skin prickle. I remember stopping for a second, just standing there while people moved around me, and my friend asked if I was okay. I nodded and said I was just tired, but it was more than that. It felt like a part of me was missing, like I'd dropped a piece of myself back in DC and didn't realize it until now. The drive home from the airport was blurry. I sat in the back seat, staring out the window at the familiar streets of Minneapolis, but everything felt off. The houses, the trees, even the streetlights, they all seemed a little dimmer, like I was seeing them through a fog. That heaviness from the jet bridge stayed with me, settled deep in my bones. I kept thinking about the cemetery, how quiet it was, how still it didn't make sense. I should have been excited to be home, relieved after days of traveling. But instead, I just felt drained and uneasy. When I walked into my house, my mom was in the kitchen, and I could tell right away that something was wrong. Her eyes were red, like she'd been crying, and she had this strained smile on her face when she saw me. She hugged me tight, tighter than usual, and said, "I'm so glad you're back." I asked her what was going on, and that's when she told me. My grandfather had passed away that morning, early on the 21st. The same day I was at Arlington, I felt the air go out of me, like someone had punched me in the gut. I just stood there, frozen, while she explained that he died in his sleep peacefully, but it was sudden. We hadn't been expecting it. He was older, but he'd been doing okay. My mind started racing, putting pieces together. The cemetery, the text I'd sent my mom, that hollow feeling when I stepped off the plane. It all clicked into place in this awful, chilling way. I hadn't left anything behind in DC. I'd felt him leaving me or trying to say goodbye. The rest of that night is a blur of phone calls and tears, but what I remember most is lying in bed later, unable to sleep. I kept thinking about the cemetery, how serene it was, how I'd felt that strange peace mixed with sadness. And now I knew why. My grandfather had died hundreds of miles away, at around the same time I was walking among those graves. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, but I can't shake the feeling that he was there with me in some way, that he reached out in that moment. Maybe because I was in a place of rest, a place where people go to be remembered. It wasn't scary in a jump scare kind of way. It was deeper than that. This slow, creeping terror that settled in my chest and hasn't left since. I thought about the text I sent my mom, asking if we had family there. We didn't, but maybe he was telling me something anyway. Maybe that hollow feeling was him letting go, and I felt it because we were connected. It's comforting in a way, knowing he might have been saying goodbye, but it's also haunting. Because how do you explain that? How do you make sense of a feeling that ties you to someone's death across states, in a place you've never been with them? I still get chills thinking about it, especially when I remember the quiet of Arlington, the way the cold felt on my skin, and how I stood there, completely unaware that my grandfather was gone. It's like that day was split in two, the part where I was alive and excited, and the part where everything changed forever, and I can't help but wonder if he was trying to comfort me, or if I was just feeling the echo of his passing either way. It's something I'll never forget, and I still don't know what to make of it. Story 13. I still remember that day so clearly, like it's burned into my brain. It was a Tuesday, middle of the week, and I'd booked this Airbnb out in rural Iowa for a little getaway. I needed some quiet time, you know. Life had been hectic, and I thought a few days in the countryside would help me unwind. The place was an old farmhouse set back from the main road, surrounded by fields and a big wooden deck out back. It looked charming in the photos, cozy, with a fireplace and a big kitchen. I arrived around 10 in the morning. The sun was out, but there was this weird chill in the air, like autumn had decided to show up early. I unpacked my car, brought my bags inside, and just tried to settle in. The house smelled like old wood and dust, but in a comforting way, like my grandma's place. I made myself a cup of coffee and decided to check out the deck. That's when I saw him. Under the deck, crouched down in the shadows, there was an old man. He was just sitting there, knees pulled up to his chest, and he was staring right at me. His clothes were ragged, like he'd been wearing them for years, and his face was all wrinkled and pale. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just stared with these hollow eyes. My heart jumped into my throat and I froze for a second before I called out to my friend who was inside. "Hey, come here, look at this," I said, my voice shaking a little. She came out, squinted under the deck and said, "What?" "I don't see anything." I pointed, described him, but she just shook her head and said it was probably just shadows or my imagination. But I knew what I saw. It was so real, so vivid. The way his hands were clasped together, the way his hair was thin and grey. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back, and I had to step away from the deck because my legs felt weak. After that, things started to get weird, and it all happened so fast, like the day was speeding up just to mess with me. I went back inside, trying to shake off the feeling, and decided to make some lunch. I'd brought a jar of olives with me, one of those big ones from the store. I opened it, and as I was putting them on a plate, I noticed the juice was leaking out in a way that didn't make sense. It wasn't just dripping, it was like it was being squeezed out, thick and slow, pooling on the counter. I wiped it up, but then I saw more coming, like the olives were deflating right in front of me. The smell was strong, briny and sour, and it made my stomach turn. I put the lid back on, but the juice kept seeping out from under it. I ended up throwing the whole jar in the trash, my hands trembling the whole time. My friend laughed it off, said it was probably a faulty seal, but I couldn't shake the image of that old man's eyes, like he was watching me even from inside. Then the sinks started acting up. I went to wash my hands in the bathroom, and the faucet turned on by itself, not like a slow drip, but full blast, cold water rushing out. I jumped back, my heart pounding, and turned it off. But a few minutes later, in the kitchen, the same thing happened. The sink there started running, and this time it was hot water steaming up the room. I could feel the heat on my face, and the sound was so loud, like a river in the small space. I turned it off, but my hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the handle. My friend was in the living room, and she didn't even notice until I called her over. She checked the pipes, said it might be an old house thing, but I knew it wasn't. The way it happened, it felt intentional, like someone was playing with me. Later that afternoon, I was sitting at the kitchen table, trying to read a book to distract myself, when one of the glasses on the table started spinning, not just wobbling, but spinning in a slow, steady circle like it was on a lazy Susan. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. It was a plain glass, half full of water, and it just kept turning, making this faint scraping sound on the wooden table. I reached out to stop it, but my hand felt cold, and the glass kept moving for a second before it settled. I looked around, half expecting to see someone, but the room was empty. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I had to get up and walk around because I felt so on edge. I told my friend, and she came to look, but by then it had stopped. She said it was probably the table uneven or something, but I knew it wasn't. The table was solid, and the glass had been still before that. As the day wore on, the light started flickering. At first it was just the kitchen light, blinking on and off a few times. Then the living room lamp did the same thing. I'd turn them off and they'd come back on by themselves, not all at once, but one by one, like a chain reaction. The overhead light in the hallway would click on, then the bedroom light, then the bathroom. I'd run to turn them off, my heart racing, and they'd stay off for a minute before starting up again. The switches felt cold to the touch, and I could hear a faint buzzing sound, like electricity was humming through the walls. My friend started to get spooked too, but she still tried to rationalize it, saying it was an old wiring issue. But I felt it, this presence, this thing that was following me around the house. Every time I moved to a different room, something would happen there. It was like it was feeding off my fear, getting stronger as the day went on. By evening, I was a wreck. The sun was going down, casting long shadows through the windows, and the house felt darker, heavier. I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, shapes darting past doorways, but when I looked, there was nothing. My stomach was in knots, and I couldn't eat anything. I kept thinking about that old man under the deck, wondering if he was still there, if he was the one causing all this. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It was like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I'd spin around, but no one was there. My hands were clammy, and I had to keep wiping them on my jeans. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, like it was filled with static. Then, around 8 o'clock, things escalated. I was in the living room trying to watch TV to calm down when the screen went black and the lights all turned on at once, blindingly bright. I yelped and covered my eyes, and when I looked again, the TV was back on, but it was showing static. The sound was a loud hiss, and in the middle of it, I thought I heard a whisper, my name or something like it. I stood up, my legs shaking, and went to turn off the TV, but the remote didn't work. I had to unplug it, and even then, the static noise seemed to echo in the room. My friend was in the kitchen, and she came running in, her face pale. "What's going on?" she asked, and I just shook my head, too scared to speak. We decided to check the house, make sure all the doors were locked. As we walked through the hallway, I felt a cold draft, like someone had opened a window, but everything was shut tight. Then in the bedroom, I saw it, the old man standing in the corner. He wasn't under the deck anymore, he was inside, just standing there, motionless. His eyes were still hollow, and he seemed to be staring right through me. I gasped and pointed, but my friend didn't see him. She said, What is it?" But he was gone as soon as I blinked. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I felt dizzy, like I might pass out. I had to sit down on the bed, my head in my hands, trying to catch my breath. After that, the poltergeist activity got worse. Glasses started rattling in the cabinets, and one of them fell out and shattered on the floor. The sink in the bathroom started running again, and this time the water was ice cold. So cold it felt like it burned my skin when I went to turn it off. The lights kept flickering, and I heard footsteps upstairs, even though we were the only ones there. It was like the house was alive, taunting us. I felt this overwhelming anxiety, like I was trapped, and I started thinking about my own home, the place I called my dream home. What if this thing followed me there? The thought made me sick to my stomach. We ended up packing our things and leaving that night. I couldn't stay another minute. As we drove away, I looked back at the house, and I swear I saw a light turn on in an upstairs window, even though we'd turned everything off. The whole drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something behind us. When I got to my place, I felt a little safer, but that feeling didn't last. Odd things started happening there too. Lights flickering, things moving on their own. It's been weeks now, and I still can't shake it. That day in Iowa, it changed something, and I don't think it's over. I just don't know what to do. Story 14. It was one of those crisp autumn afternoons where the air smells like dead leaves and wood smoke, the kind that makes you grateful to be outside, even if you're just walking the dog. I was on my usual route, the 3-block loop around my neighborhood that me and Buster have done 1,000 times. He's a mutt, part beagle, part everything else, and he was tugging at the leash like he always does, his nose glued to the ground, following the scent trail of every squirrel and rabbit that had passed through. I remember the exact time because I just looked at my phone to see if my wife had texted about dinner. It was just after 4 in the afternoon. The sun was already starting to dip, casting that long golden light that makes everything look beautiful and a little sad. I was thinking about nothing in particular, just the mundane stuff. Whether I should mow the lawn one last time before winter, what I was going to do at work tomorrow. Normal Tuesday thoughts. We were coming up to the corner of Maple and Elm, where the big oak tree sheds a carpet of acorns. Buster stopped to sniff a fire hydrant, and that's when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just under the shadow of a sprawling pine tree. A girl, probably 18, maybe 19. My age. She wasn't moving, wasn't looking at her phone, wasn't waiting for a bus. She was just standing there, perfectly still, and she was looking directly at me. At first I thought maybe I knew her from somewhere. A friend of a friend, maybe someone from the gym. I gave a small, neutral nod, the kind you give when you make accidental eye contact with a stranger. But she didn't look away. Her gaze was locked on me, and it wasn't a casual look. It was intense, heavy. Buster finally gave up on the hydrant, and we started walking again. I kept my eyes forward, trying to ignore the prickle on the back of my neck, but out of the corner of my eye, I could see she was still watching. I crossed the street, heading away from her, thinking that would be the end of it. It wasn't. I heard footsteps behind me, quick and light. I turned and she was there, maybe 10 feet away. She'd crossed the street to follow me. My heart did a little stutter step. This was weird. This was stranger danger weird. I tightened my grip on Buster's leash, ready to tell her to back off. But then I got a proper look at her face, and the words died in my throat. She wasn't threatening. She wasn't angry. The expression on her face was one I'd never seen directed at me before. It was a deep, profound, soul-crushing pity. Her eyes were shiny with unshed tears, and there was this nostalgia there. It was the way you'd look at an old, faded photograph of someone you loved who was long gone, a sweet, aching sadness. And in that instant, a knowledge slammed into my brain. It didn't feel like a thought or a guess. It felt like a fact, downloaded directly into my consciousness, a cold, hard certainty that bypassed all logic. She's my daughter. My breath hitched. The thought was insane. I'm 27. I don't have any kids. My wife and I have talked about it, maybe in a few years, but not now. This was impossible. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It clung to me, icy and absolute. I looked at her, really looked. She had my wife's nose, the same slight upturn at the tip, but her eyes, they were my eyes, the same shade of hazel, the same weird little fleck of gold in the left one. Her hair was the same unruly brown as mine, the kind that does whatever it wants. It was like looking into a distorted mirror, a reflection of me seen through the lens of someone else. She took a small step closer. I should have been scared, should have told her to get away from me, but I was frozen, paralyzed by that look on her face and the terrifying certainty blooming in my chest. She didn't say a word. She just lifted her hand, a slow, hesitant movement, and pressed her palm to her own chest, right over her heart. Then she looked down at the ground, and a single tear finally escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. When she looked back up at me, the pity in her eyes was so overwhelming it felt like a physical weight. And then came the second wave of knowledge, even worse than the first. It didn't come with words, just with a chilling emotional understanding that accompanied her gaze. I'm dead. The thought was so visceral, so horrifying, that my knees actually went weak. It wasn't that I was going to die someday. Everyone knows that. This was different. This was a specific, impending fact. She wasn't just my daughter from the future. She was my daughter from a future where I was already gone. That's why she looked at me with that heartbreaking mix of love and loss. She was looking at a ghost, a memory, a parent she had lost. A violent shiver racked my body, a cold so deep it felt like it was coming from my bones. My mouth was dry as dust. Buster, sensing my distress, let out a low whine and pressed himself against my leg. The girl, my daughter, gave me one last long look, a look that seemed to drink me in. To memorize every detail of my face on this ordinary Tuesday afternoon, it was a goodbye, a final, silent goodbye. Then she turned and walked away. Not fast, not like she was running, just a steady, resigned walk down the sidewalk, around the corner, and out of sight. I stood there for I don't know how long, just staring at the empty space where she'd been. The world around me had lost all its color and sound, the cheerful chirping of birds, the distant roar of a lawnmower. It all felt muffled and fake. The only thing that felt real was the cold dread sitting in my stomach. My mind was racing, a frantic, panicked animal trapped in a cage of logic it couldn't escape. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in ghosts, or time travel, or fate. I believe in science, in evidence, in the tangible world. This was none of those things. This was a crack in reality, and I had fallen right through it. And that's when the memory surfaced, rising up from the depths of my childhood, like a corpse from a lake. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old. It was a Saturday morning. I came downstairs for breakfast and found my dad sitting at the kitchen table, just staring into his cup of coffee. He looked pale, shaken. My mom was rubbing his back, her face tight with concern. "You okay, Dad?" I'd asked, climbing into my chair. He'd looked at me, and his eyes had the same haunted, distant look I must have had on my face just now. He tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Just a bad dream, champ," he'd said, his voice rough. Being a kid, I was instantly curious. What was it about? He was quiet for a long moment, just looking at me. "I dreamed I was in a park," he said slowly, choosing his words with care. "And a little boy, a few years older than you, came up to me. He had your grandmother's smile, and I knew he was my grandson, my son's son." He took a shaky breath. "And in the dream, I knew that meant your brother was going to be okay, that he was going to grow up and have a family. But I also knew I wouldn't be there to see it." My dad died of a sudden heart attack 3 months later. He was 42, standing there on the sidewalk, the leash slick with my sweaty palm. My dad's death dream came back to me with the force of a sledgehammer. It was the same thing, the same impossible, gut-wrenching certainty from a stranger who was family. A premonition wrapped in a goodbye. Was that what this was? A genetic curse? Some screwed-up family trait where the men in our line get a visit from their future right before they check out? The walk home was a blur. I don't remember the streets, the houses, anything. My whole world had shrunk down to the cold knot of fear in my gut, and the phantom image of that girl's face burned onto the back of my eyelids. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep behind me. I got inside my house, fumbling with the keys, my hands trembling so badly I could barely get the door unlocked. I let Buster off his leash, and he trotted to his water bowl. The normalcy of it was jarring. The house was quiet. My wife wasn't home from work yet. I went into the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, staring at my reflection in the mirror. I looked the same tired eyes, same stupid haircut. But I didn't feel the same. I felt marked. I kept seeing her face superimposed over mine, my eyes in her face, my wife's nose. I ran my hands through my hair, gripping it tight, trying to physically shake the feeling loose. It was impossible. It had to be a hallucination, a panic attack, something. But it felt more real than the floor beneath my feet. The knowledge had been so clean, so absolute. There was no room for doubt in that moment. I thought about calling my wife, but what would I say? "Hey, honey, I think I just met our future daughter and she basically confirmed I'm going to die soon." She'd think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. I thought about calling a doctor, but what would I tell them? That I had a feeling, a really, really strong, terrifying feeling. I ended up just sitting on the couch in the living room, in the dark. As the last of the daylight faded outside the window, Buster jumped up and put his head in my lap, whining softly. I scratched behind his ears, the repetitive motion the only thing keeping me anchored. My mind kept circling back to the details, the things that made it feel so unbearably real. It wasn't just that she looked like me, it was the little things, the way she bit her lower lip, just like my wife does when she's anxious. The specific shade of her jacket, a dark green corduroy that's my wife's favorite color, the way she stood, with her weight on her right foot, a posture I recognized as my own. These weren't things you notice in a fleeting glance. These were intimate details, the kind you only pick up from a lifetime of knowing someone, and I'd seen them all in the space of a minute. When my wife got home, she flipped on the light and jumped a little, seeing me sitting there in the dark. "Whoa, you scared me," she said, her voice light and normal. She came over and kissed the top of my head. "Everything okay? You look pale." I looked up at her beautiful, familiar face, so full of life and a future we were supposed to have together. I saw the potential for that girl in the curve of her cheek, in the warmth of her eyes. The love I felt for her was suddenly so sharp, it was painful, edged with a terror I couldn't voice. I forced a smile, the muscles in my face feeling stiff and foreign. "Yeah," I lied, my voice hoarse. Just a long day. Tired." I couldn't tell her I couldn't put that shadow in her eyes. I couldn't make her live with this same ticking clock dread that was now coiled around my own heart. We ordered pizza for dinner. I went through the motions, setting the table, making small talk, laughing at a stupid show on TV. But it was like I was watching myself from a distance. Every time I looked at my wife, I saw the ghost of that girl standing behind her. Every time I thought about our plans for next year, or the vacation we wanted to take in 5 years, a cold voice in the back of my head whispered, "You won't be there." That was 3 weeks ago. I still walk Buster on the same route. My eyes automatically scan the corner of Maple and Elm every single time, my heart hammering against my ribs. The spot under the pine tree is always empty. I've tried to rationalize it every way I can. A stress-induced hallucination. A weird case of mistaken identity combined with an overactive imagination, but I can't shake the cold, hard certainty that settled in my gut that day. It feels like a truth I've always known, buried deep, that just finally decided to surface. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in an afterlife or souls or anything beyond what we can see and touch. But I can't explain what I saw. I can't explain how I knew. The shivers that still run down my spine whenever I think about it aren't from the cold. They're from the sheer, undiluted terror of that encounter, the horrifying glimpse of a future where I'm just a photograph, a story my daughter tells about the father she lost. I look in the mirror now, and I don't just see myself, I see a dead man, and I have no idea when the clock runs out. Story 15. That Tuesday started normal enough. I woke up around 10 in the morning because school was out for summer break, and the sun was already beating down through my blinds. My mum was puttering around the house, doing laundry or something. I could hear the washer running from my room. I got up, threw on some shorts and a t-shirt, and headed downstairs for breakfast. The house felt quiet, but in a good way, the kind of quiet you get after a trip when everything's back to normal. Or so I thought. I remember grabbing a bowl of cereal and plopping down on the living room couch. The TV was off and the room was dim because the curtains were still drawn. I was half asleep, just munching on my cereal and staring at the wall, when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head, and there she was, my mom sitting in her usual spot on the other end of the couch. She was just sitting there, not saying anything, not moving, just staring straight ahead with this blank look on her face. It was weird because I hadn't heard her come in, and she usually makes noise when she moves around. I said, "Mom," but she didn't respond. She didn't even glance at me. Her eyes were fixed on the empty space in front of her, and her hands were resting on her lap, perfectly still. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe she was tired from the trip or something. I went back to eating my cereal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air in the room felt thick, like it was hard to breathe, and the silence was pressing in on me. Then from down the hall, I heard the bathroom door open. Footsteps, and my mom walked into the living room, holding a towel and humming to herself. She saw me and smiled. "Morning, Bug," she said. Using my nickname, I froze. My cereal spoon clattered into the bowl. Because the mom on the couch was still there, sitting in the same spot, unmoving. I looked from one to the other, my heart hammering in my chest. The mum who just came from the bathroom was the real one. I could tell from the way she moved, the familiar way she tucked her hair behind her ear, but the one on the couch, she was identical, down to the same pajamas and the little mole on her cheek, but her eyes were empty, just vacant. I must have made a sound, because my real mom stopped and looked at me. "You okay?" she asked. I couldn't speak. I just pointed at the couch. She followed my gaze, and her face went pale. "What is it?" she said, her voice tight. But when I looked back, the double was gone, vanished like it was never there. The spot on the couch was empty, the cushions barely indented. I felt cold all over, my skin prickling with goosebumps. My mum came over and put a hand on my shoulder. "You're shaking," she said. "Did you have a bad dream?" I tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come out right. I stammered something about seeing her on the couch, and she laughed it off, saying I must still be half asleep. But I knew what I saw. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or doppelgangers or any of that stuff. I'm pretty grounded usually. But in that moment, I felt a fear so deep, it rooted me to the spot. The rest of the morning passed in a blur. My mum went about her day, but I couldn't shake the image of that double. I kept glancing at the couch, half expecting it to reappear. Around noon, my friends came over. Jake and Sarah. They've been my best friends since elementary school. They knew something was up as soon as they saw me. I was jumpy, flinching at every little noise. We were hanging out in my room, and I told them what happened. They listened, and I could see the doubt in their eyes. But they didn't laugh. Sarah said, "Maybe it was a shadow or something." But I shook my head. I described it in detail. How the double didn't breathe, how its eyes didn't blink, how the room felt colder near it. Jake suggested we go downstairs and check it out, but I didn't want to. I felt safe in my room, with the door closed. We decided to order pizza and watch a movie to take my mind off it. We were in the living room, the same room where it happened, and I kept my back to the couch, facing the TV. The movie was some comedy, but I wasn't paying attention. Every creak of the house made me tense up. At one point, I thought I heard a whisper from the staircase, but when I turned, there was nothing. I told myself it was the wind or the old house settling. Then, around 3 in the afternoon, it happened again. We were all sitting there, and from the stairs, clear as day, came a voice. It was my mum's voice, but wrong, flat and hollow, like it was coming from a recording. It said, "Bug." Just that one word. My nickname. Jake and Sarah heard it too. I saw them both stiffen. Sarah's eyes went wide, and Jake whispered, "What the hell was that?" I felt my blood run cold. We all looked at each other, and then at the stairs. No one was there. My mum was in the kitchen. We could hear her chopping vegetables or something. We stayed frozen for a minute. Then Jake got up and went to check the stairs. He came back a moment later, shaking his head. "Nothing," he said, but we all heard it. There was no denying it now. The rest of the day we stuck together, not wanting to be alone. Every time I passed the stairs, I felt a draft, like cold air was blowing down from the top. I started noticing little things, shadows moving where they shouldn't, the feeling of being watched. Once, when I was in the hallway, I thought I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, it was gone. As evening fell, the fear settled deeper. My mom made dinner, and we all ate together, but the atmosphere was tense. No one talked about what happened, but it was hanging over us. After dinner, my friends left, and I helped my mom clean up. She could tell I was still spooked, and she tried to reassure me, saying it was probably just the house making noises or my imagination. But I knew better. I'd seen it. I'd heard it. Later that night, around 11, I was in my room trying to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw that double on the couch. The house was quiet, too quiet. Then I heard it again, a whisper from the stairs. It was softer this time, but I could make out words. Bug, come here. My heart leaped into my throat. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid, but it didn't help. I could still hear it, faint but clear. It went on for what felt like hours, just whispering my name, sometimes adding little phrases like, "I'm waiting," or "Don't be scared." But it never got louder, never came closer. It was like it was teasing me, staying just out of sight. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because I woke up with a start in the middle of the night. The room was dark, and I felt a presence. Then I felt it. A breath on the back of my neck, cold like ice, and it smelled faintly of dust and old things. I froze. Too terrified to move, I could feel it there, just breathing, slow and steady. I didn't dare turn around. After what felt like forever, it stopped, and the room felt empty again. I lay there shaking, unable to sleep for the rest of the night. The next few days, things calmed down. The whispers stopped, and I didn't see the double again. But it wasn't over. We moved a couple of times after that. My mom got a new job, so we relocated to a different state. But wherever we went, it followed, not always visible, but I'd feel it. Cold spots in the new house, whispers from the stairs late at night. That same breath on my neck when I was alone. It's been years now, and it's silent most of the time, but I still feel it waiting. Sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I'll feel that cold breath again, and I'll jolt awake, remembering that Tuesday in Savannah when it all started. I don't know what it is or why it chose us, but it's still here, haunting our household with its deceptive presence, and I have no explanation for any of it. Story 16. It was one of those days that starts out perfect, you know? The kind where you wake up and everything feels right, like the universe is finally cutting you a break. We'd been planning this Grand Canyon camping trip for months, my husband and me, saving up and hyping it up to our 3-year-old daughter. She was at that age where everything is magic. Ants marching in a line, the way clouds look like animals, the sound of a zipper on the tent. We'd driven up from Phoenix the day before, and the heat was already brutal, but we were used to it. Arizona in summer is no joke, but we had the van packed with ice chests, gallons of water, and that hopeful feeling you get when you're about to make memories. That morning, we woke up early to beat the heat. The sun was just starting to peek over the canyon rim, casting long shadows that made the red rocks look like they were on fire. Our campsite was one of the more secluded ones, tucked away from the main loop, with a view that could knock the breath out of you. I remember the air was so dry it felt like breathing sand, and the temperature was already climbing. By 9 in the morning, it had to be in the 90s, and we knew it was going to hit over 100 degrees easy. We checked the forecast. Triple digits, no rain, just relentless sun. We set up camp slowly, taking breaks to sip water and fan ourselves with maps. My daughter was buzzing around, her little legs carrying her from the tent to the picnic table to the van, which we'd parked in a patch of shade under a juniper tree. The van was our home on wheels for the trip. An old Dodge Ram van we'd bought used and fixed up. It had that smell of sunscreen and camping gear, with clothes strewn around because we'd been too lazy to unpack properly the night before I'd tossed a pile of clean laundry on the back seat, thinking I'd fold it later when it was cooler. Around 10 o'clock we decided to make breakfast. My husband was at the camp stove, scrambling eggs, and I was setting out plates on the picnic table. My daughter was playing with her toy dinosaurs near the tent, making little roaring sounds that made me smile. I turned my back for what felt like a second. Literally, I was reaching for the salt shaker. And when I looked back, she was gone. Just gone. No sound, no movement, nothing. The space where she'd been was empty, and the air went still. My heart didn't just skip a beat. It felt like it dropped into my stomach. I called her name, first softly, then louder. "Sweetie? Where are you?" No answer. I stood up, my legs feeling wobbly, and scanned the campsite. Nothing. The tent flap was closed, the van doors were shut, the bushes around us were low and sparse, nowhere for a 3-year-old to hide. Panic started as a little knot in my throat, then spread through my whole body. I remember my hands shaking as I walked over to where she'd been. Like if I stared hard enough, she'd reappear. My husband noticed me looking around and asked what was wrong. I told him she was gone, and his face went pale. We both started calling her name, our voices getting higher and more frantic. "Baby, come out, this isn't funny!" But it wasn't a game. She wasn't the type to hide for fun. She was a clingy kid, always within arm's reach. The silence was deafening. No birds, no wind, just our voices echoing in the canyon and the hum of distant cars on the road. I ran to the tent and unzipped it, my fingers fumbling, empty. Just our sleeping bags and backpacks. I checked under the picnic table, behind the ice chest, around the tires of the van. Nothing. My mind started racing with worst-case scenarios. What if she wandered toward the canyon edge? What if someone took her? What if she fell? The Grand Canyon isn't just a pretty view, it's a deadly drop, and we were close enough that a curious toddler could get there in minutes. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead despite the heat. My breath came in short gasps, and I had to lean against the van to steady myself. My husband was already sprinting toward the trailhead, shouting her name. I stayed near the campsite, thinking maybe she'd doubled back. I remember the sun beating down on my shoulders, the heat making my shirt stick to my back. I kept circling, my eyes darting everywhere, but it was like she'd vanished into thin air. Time slowed down. Every second felt like an hour. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, a frantic drumming that matched the pace of my thoughts. What if we never find her? What if this is the moment my life falls apart? Then I thought about the van. I'd shut it earlier to keep the heat out, but what if she'd climbed in and I didn't notice? I yanked the side door open, and the blast of hot air hit me like a wall. It was oven hot inside, the kind of heat that makes you dizzy. I peered in, but it was dim, and my eyes took a second to adjust. Clothes were piled on the back seat, the laundry I'd left there, and for a moment I thought it was just a mess. But then I saw a tiny movement, a shift in the fabric. My husband came running back, his face covered in sweat, and I pointed inside, my hand trembling. He climbed in, and I heard him gasp. He started pulling clothes aside, and there she was, curled up under a heap of t-shirts and shorts, her face flushed and damp with sweat. She was asleep, or passed out. I couldn't tell. He scooped her up, and she stirred, letting out a little whimper. Relief flooded through me so strong I almost collapsed. I reached for her, and my husband handed her to me, her body limp and hot against my chest. She felt like a little furnace, her skin tacky with perspiration. That's when the reality hit me. The van had been shut for who knows how long, maybe half an hour, maybe more. In 100-degree heat, cars heat up fast in the sun, and vans are worse because they're like metal boxes. I'd read stories about kids dying in hot cars, and I always thought it couldn't happen to me, that I was too careful. But here I was, holding my daughter, realizing I could have killed her. The guilt washed over me like a wave, cold and heavy. My legs gave way, and I sank to the ground, clutching her tight. She was breathing, but her breaths were shallow and she felt listless. My husband was saying something about water, about getting her cooled down, but I couldn't hear him properly. All I could think was, I did this. I shut that door without checking, without making sure she wasn't inside. How could I be so stupid? She must have climbed in while we were distracted, maybe to play or hide, and fallen asleep under the clothes. The pile was thick enough to muffle sound, and the heat would have made her drowsy fast. If we hadn't found her when we did, she could have gotten heat stroke, brain damage, or worse. The what-ifs swarmed my mind, each one more terrifying than the last. We got her into the shade, poured water on a cloth to wipe her face, and made her sip some cool water. She perked up a little, but she was still quiet, not her usual bubbly self. I held her and rocked her, tears streaming down my face. My husband put his arm around me, but I felt alone in that moment, trapped in my own head. The relief was there, but it was overshadowed by this crushing guilt I kept replaying the moment I shut the van door. I'd done it without a second thought, just to keep the interior from getting too hot. I never imagined she'd be in there. We packed up camp in a daze. Neither of us spoke much. We just moved quickly, throwing everything into the van haphazardly. The joy of the trip was gone, replaced by this heavy dread. I couldn't look at the canyon without feeling sick. We decided to cancel the rest of the camping trip right then and there. My husband pulled out his phone. Miraculously, we had a bar of service and booked a cabin in the nearest town, about an hour away. It was air-conditioned with a real bed and a kitchen, a safe place where we could regroup. The drive to the cabin was quiet. My daughter fell asleep in her car seat, and I kept reaching back to touch her to make sure she was still breathing. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her under that pile of clothes, her face red and sweaty. The heat outside was still intense, and I cranked up the AC, but it didn't chase away the chill I felt inside. I thought about how close we came to tragedy, how a simple mistake could have cost us everything parents talk about, their worst fears, losing a child, something happening to them. And I'd lived it, even if only for a few minutes. When we got to the cabin, we carried her inside and laid her on the bed. She woke up and seemed more like herself, asking for a snack and babbling about dinosaurs, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept checking on her every 5 minutes, my anxiety through the roof. That night I barely slept. I just lay there, listening to her breathe, replaying the day in my head. The image of her hiding in the van, the heat, the panic, it was burned into my brain. The thing is, it's been months since that day, and I still can't talk about it without my voice shaking. I double-check the car every time we get out, even if I'm just running into the store for 5 minutes. I have nightmares where I'm searching for her and never find her. That trip was supposed to be a fun family adventure, but it turned into this defining moment of fear and guilt. I look at her now, playing in the backyard, and I feel this overwhelming love mixed with a terror that never really goes away. What if next time we're not so lucky? What if something else happens? I don't have answers, and that's the part that haunts me the most. The dread is always there, like a shadow I can't shake, and I don't think it will ever leave me. Story 17. I'm not proud of it, but sometimes I'll take a little something to take the edge off, just to quiet the noise in my head for a few hours. It's not a regular thing, just sometimes. That night I took a bit of a weed edible. Nothing crazy, just enough to feel a floaty kind of calm. I settled into the couch, the old lumpy one that faces the TV, and my dog Milo, this big dopey golden retriever, flopped down at my feet with a sigh. The room was a mess, a blanket balled up on the other chair, a couple of mugs on the coffee table, just normal lived-in stuff. I scrolled through a bunch of movies, my thumb just clicking, not really seeing anything. I wasn't in the mood for a comedy or some heavy drama. I landed on this old vampire movie from the 70s. It looked cheesy, the kind of thing with bad special effects and dramatic organ music. Perfect, I thought. It'll be a trip to watch while I'm feeling like this. For the first 40 minutes or so, it was exactly what I wanted. I was relaxed. The movie was hilariously over the top, and Milo was snoring softly. I felt insulated from all the crap in my head. Then, there was this scene in a church. The main character, this reluctant vampire hunter, goes into this old dark cathedral to get holy water or something. The organ music swelled, and the camera panned over these stained glass windows. It was all very gothic and spooky, but I didn't feel spooked. As I watched the character kneel at the altar, this wave of, I don't even know how to describe it. This pure, clean calm just washed over me. It was physical. I felt it start at the top of my head like a warm, heavy liquid, and it just poured down through my body, all the way to my toes. It was so sudden and so complete. It was like every single anxious, sad, tangled up thread in my mind just got smoothed out all at once. The high from the edible was still there, but this feeling was layered on top of it, something entirely separate. The only thing I could compare it to was a memory from childhood, of being in church with my grandma and feeling this overwhelming sense of safety, like nothing could ever hurt me. It felt like that. It felt like the Holy Spirit, for lack of a better term. It was a comfort so profound, it almost made me want to cry. And that's when Milo woke up. He didn't just stir. He shot up from his sleep, his whole body rigid. His head was cocked, and his ears were perked, pointing towards the far corner of the room. In that corner was my Grandma Rose's old armchair. It's this ugly, floral print thing, but I could never bring myself to get rid of it after she passed. It smells faintly of her perfume, even now, years later. Milo started this low, rumbling growl I'd never heard from him before. It wasn't a, "I see a squirrel" growl. It was deeper, more confused. He took a few hesitant steps towards the chair, his nose twitching, sniffing the air so hard I could hear the little snuffling sounds. He wasn't looking at the chair. He was looking behind it, at the space between the back of the chair and the wall. He was tracking something, his head moving slowly from left to right, like he was following a path. His tail was stiff, not wagging. I remember feeling a little pinch of confusion, but the overwhelming calm was still wrapped around me, muting my alarm. "What is it, boy?" I whispered. He ignored me completely, which he never does. That's when I noticed the temperature. The room had gotten cold. Not just a little chilly, but a deep, damp cold that seeped right through my sweatshirt. I got goosebumps all up my arms. I hugged myself, rubbing my hands over my sleeves. The air felt thick too, like trying to breathe in soup. The comfortable, floaty feeling was still there, but now there was this new physical sensation of cold and pressure. My curiosity got the better of me. The calm feeling made me brave, or maybe just stupid. I muted the TV. The silence in the room was absolute, except for Milo's low, continuous growl. I pushed myself off the couch and walked slowly towards the armchair. My heart was starting to pick up its pace a little, a dull thudding in my ears. I kept my eyes on the space behind the chair, the same spot Milo was fixated on. There was nothing there, just a shadow, a little dust bunny. I stopped about 3 feet from the chair. Milo was right beside my leg, still growling, his body pressed against me. I remember staring at the floral pattern, at a particular faded pink rose near the top. And that's when I felt it. A presence. It wasn't a sound or a smell. It was a feeling of space being occupied. It was the specific, undeniable sense that someone was standing right behind me. My skin prickled, the hairs on the back of my neck standing straight up. The calm was still there, a bizarre counterpoint to the sheer animal-level fear that was now shooting through my veins. It was a conflict of sensations I'll never be able to properly explain. My mind was serene, but my body was screaming, "Run!" Slowly, so slowly my joints ached, I tilted my head back to look up at the ceiling. There was nothing there. Just the white popcorn texture, a faint cobweb in one corner. But the feeling of something being directly above me was so intense it was crushing. I could feel a pressure on the top of my head, a weightless weight. I stood there, frozen, my head craned back, just feeling this thing hovering over me. And then I saw it. It wasn't a shape or a ghost. It was a light, a tiny, brilliant point of white light, no bigger than a marble. It appeared out of nowhere, right in the center of my vision, against the ceiling. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't a flicker from the TV. It was a solid, self-contained dot of pure, cold white light. It hung there for what felt like a full minute, but was probably only a second or two. It didn't move. It just was. Then, without a sound, it shot. It didn't fade or blink out. It moved in a perfectly straight, impossibly fast line from the ceiling, across the room, and vanished into the wall opposite me. It was like a laser pointer dot, but 1,000 times brighter and moving at a speed that didn't seem physically possible. It was just there, and then it was gone. I gasped and stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. I fell onto the couch, my legs weak. Milo had stopped growling. He was just whining softly, pressing his head into my leg. I was breathing hard, my hands trembling. I looked from the ceiling to the wall where the light had disappeared. Nothing. No mark, no sound. That's when Luna, my roommate's cat, decided to make an appearance. Luna is a black cat, aloof and usually completely uninterested in me or my dog. She spends most of her time sleeping on my roommate's bed or staring out the window. She had never, not once, shown any interest in my grandma's armchair. My roommate had even joked that the cat was scared of it. Luna walked into the room with a quiet, deliberate grace. She didn't look at me or Milo. Her yellow eyes were fixed on the armchair. She hopped up onto the seat cushion, the one my grandma had sat in for 20 years, and she curled up not in a random spot, but right in the very center, tucking her paws under herself. Then she lifted her head and looked directly at me. It wasn't a normal cat look. It wasn't a feed me look or a pet me look. It was a knowing look. Her gaze was intense, unwavering. She just stared, her pupils wide in the dim light. I felt like she was looking right through me, like she could see everything that had just happened, everything I was feeling. I felt exposed, naked. I sat there on the couch, frozen, staring back at her. The movie was still playing silently on the TV, the vampire now dramatically clutching his cape. The calm feeling was still present, a soft blanket over the terror, but the terror was very, very real. I was too scared to move, too scared to look away from the cat. Milo had settled down, but he was still tense, his eyes also on Luna. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. I kept glancing at the clock on the cable box. 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15. Luna did not break her stare, not once. She didn't blink, she didn't shift her position. She was a statue with piercing, intelligent eyes. Finally, after what the clock told me was over 10 minutes but felt like an hour, she slowly, deliberately closed her eyes. She laid her head down on the cushion and, as far as I could tell, went to sleep just like that. I didn't move for a long time after that. I just sat on the couch, watching her sleep on that chair, feeling the residual cold in the air. The ghost of that impossible light burned into my vision. The sense of a presence was gone, but the memory of it was so vivid, it felt like a physical object in the room with me. I thought about my Grandma Rose. She was the kindest person I'd ever known. She always knew when I was sad, even when I tried to hide it. She'd just give me a hug and make me tea, and she wouldn't ask any questions. She just made you feel safe. That wave of calm I'd felt, it felt like her. It felt like one of her hugs. And the light, I don't know. It didn't feel menacing, it felt observant. It felt like it understood I was in an altered state, that I was vulnerable and sad, and it had come to, I don't know, comfort me, check on me. But then there was Milo's fear, the crushing cold, the sheer unnatural speed of that light, and Luna's bizarre knowing vigil. Those things didn't feel like my grandma. They felt like something else entirely. Something that had used the memory of my grandma, or the channel of her old chair, to make itself known. I must have fallen asleep on the couch, because I woke up with a stiff neck and the first grey light of morning coming through the blinds. The TV was off. Milo was asleep on the floor. I looked immediately at the armchair. Luna was still there. She was in the exact same position, still sleeping peacefully on my grandma's chair. She slept there the entire night. I got up, my body aching, and went to the kitchen to make coffee. My hands were still a little shaky. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the light again or feel that cold pressure. The normalcy of the morning felt wrong, like a lie. The whole thing left me with this deep, unsettled feeling that's still with me. It wasn't a nightmare. It was too specific, too grounded in the mundane details of my living room. The feel of the couch fabric under my hands, the sound of Milo's whine, the specific pattern of the cobweb on the ceiling, the weight of Luna's stare. It all happened, I know it did. I know. I got comfort that night, a peace I desperately needed. But it came with a chilling awareness, a crack in my perception of reality. It showed me that there are things in the quiet, empty corners of a room that we can't see. Things that can watch us, understand our pain, and maybe even try to soothe it, all while scaring the living hell out of us. I don't know if it was my grandma or something else that just knew how to wear her shape. All I know is that it was there. It saw me, and then it was gone, leaving me with a peace that feels terrifying and a fear that feels like love, and I have no way to explain any of it. Story 18. It was August 28th. I need to start there, because that's when everything slid out from under us. Before that day, my daughter was just my daughter. She was 4, a little kid who lived in a world of crayons, cartoon dogs, and the stubborn belief that ketchup was a food group. Her name doesn't matter for this, and honestly, saying it here feels wrong, like I'm exposing her. So I'll just call her my girl. She's the center of this, the whole reason I don't sleep much anymore. That morning started normal. I was making her toast, the kind with the little cinnamon swirls she likes. She was sitting at the table in her pajamas, the ones with the unicorns on them, coloring. The sun was coming through the kitchen window, and it was quiet. The kind of peaceful quiet you don't even notice until it's gone forever. Then she put her crayon down. It was a red one. I remember that specifically because it rolled off the table and onto the floor. She looked toward the hallway that leads to the bedrooms, and her whole face just changed. It wasn't a kid being spooked by a shadow. This was different. Her eyes got wide, but not with surprise. It was with a pure, bottomless fear I have never seen on anyone, let alone a 4-year-old. Her little body went stiff. "The cloudy people are here," she said. Her voice was a tiny, thin whisper, but it cut through the room like a shard of glass. I stopped what I was doing, the butter knife still in my hand. "What, sweetie? What did you say?" She didn't look at me. Her eyes were locked on the empty hallway. "The cloudy people, they're in the hall, they're looking." I walked over to her, trying to be calm, but my heart was already starting to thump a little harder. I knelt down. "Honey, there's no one there. It's just us." She finally tore her eyes from the hallway and looked at me, and the terror in them was so real it was like a physical blow. "They're cloudy. They don't have faces right. They're standing there." I picked her up. Her whole body was rigid, and I could feel her heart hammering against her ribs, a frantic, tiny drumbeat against my chest. It was beating so fast and so hard, it felt like a hummingbird was trapped in there. I held her tight and walked to the hallway, showing her it was empty. "See, no one's here, baby. It was just a trick of the light." She buried her face in my neck, her breathing quick and shallow. "They went away," she whispered, "but they saw me." That was the first time. We tried to rationalize it. An overactive imagination, a bad dream she was still half in. We're rational people, my wife and I. We deal in facts, in things you can see and touch. But it kept happening. Throughout that day, she'd freeze, she'd be playing with her blocks, and then she'd just stop. Her eyes would go distant and glassy, like she was looking at something 1,000 miles away, or something right in front of her that we couldn't see. She'd start babbling, not in her usual nonsense kid talk, but in a low, hurried stream of gibberish that sounded like a language made of broken glass and static. Her heart would race every single time. I'd put my hand on her chest and feel that wild, panicked thumping. The worst part was the regression. She'd start crying for a pacifier she hadn't used in over 2 years. She'd curl into a ball and suck her thumb, her whole body trembling. It was like watching her get younger, right in front of me, being forced back into infancy by this terror. We called the pediatrician. They told us to bring her in. That was the beginning of the hospital. They ran tests, so many tests. They hooked her up to machines, drew vials of blood, scanned her brain. They talked about complex febrile seizures, about rare forms of epilepsy that can cause hallucinations. They put her on a high dose of steroids to see if it was some kind of sudden, severe inflammation in the brain. The steroids made her cheeks puffy and her mood swing, but they didn't stop the cloudy people. It was after the steroids, when she was a little more lucid, that she gave them names. We were in the hospital room, the blinds half closed, the room smelling of antiseptic and the leftover pasta from my dinner tray. She was lying in the bed, looking small and pale against the white sheets. "George and Harold are here," she said, her voice quiet but clear. My wife and I looked at each other. George and Harold. The 2 kids from the Captain Underpants books. I'd read them to her a few times. She liked the silly words. "George and Harold are in the room?" my wife asked, her voice carefully neutral. My daughter nodded, her eyes fixed on the corner of the room near the door. "They're the cloudy people. They make the pictures." That was a new one. "What pictures, honey?" I asked. "The pictures in my head, the fast ones." She made a swirling motion with her hand near her temple. "They show me things they're not nice." The air in the room got heavy. Captain Underpants is about 2 kids who hypnotize their principal into thinking he's a superhero. It's goofy, innocent. There is nothing in those books about cloudy people or showing pictures. The disconnect was chilling. It was like something was using the familiar names as a mask. That's when my wife called her sister. She was desperate for anything, any clue. And her sister on the phone went quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I used to talk to ghosts when I was her age. I told Mom about the man in my closet. She thought I was making it up." Hearing that was like a crack opening in the floor of our reality. It was just an anecdote, a weird family story. But in that context, in that sterile hospital room, with our daughter talking about entities that weren't there, it felt like a door swinging open into something dark and cold. It wasn't proof of anything, but it was a pattern, and patterns are terrifying. So now we're stuck here, the hospital. They've ruled out the big obvious things. No tumors, no seizures they can detect, no infection. They're talking about psychiatric evaluation for a 4-year-old. They use words like early onset psychosis, and it makes me want to vomit. We're in this horrible limbo, this place of fluorescent lights and beeping machines, waiting for an answer that doesn't seem to be coming. And I'm a skeptic. I've always been. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any of that. I believe in wiring and chemistry and things going wrong in the body. But let me tell you, skepticism doesn't mean a damn thing. When you're sitting in the dark of your own home, after visiting hours are over, and you hear the floorboard creak, I jump at every noise now. The house, which was always just our house, feels different. It feels watched. When the refrigerator hums to life, my whole body tenses. When the wind rattles a branch against the window, I nearly jump out of my skin. I find myself looking down the hallway, the same one she looked at that first morning, and I'm straining my eyes, trying to see if the air looks thicker there, if there's a patch of mist my brain is refusing to process. I'm terrified for her, for what's happening inside her head. And I'm terrified of the silence, because in the silence my own mind starts showing me things. The terror isn't in some monster jumping out. It's in the fear in her eyes. It's a specific kind of fear. It's not the fear of a dog barking too loud or of a nightmare. It's the fear of being seen by something you know, on some primal level, is not supposed to be there. It's the fear of a prey animal that has just locked eyes with the predator, and seeing that look in your child's eyes, it hollows you out. It takes everything you thought you knew about the world and sets it on fire. I keep replaying that first moment. The red crayon on the floor, the way the morning light hit the linoleum, the absolute normality of it all, right up until the second it wasn't. There was no warning. No cold spot, no flickering lights, just my little girl in her unicorn pajamas, seeing something that shattered her world, and in doing so, shattered mine. The doctors don't have a diagnosis. My sister-in-law's story is just a story, and my daughter is still in that hospital bed, drifting in and out of those trance-like states, sometimes herself, sometimes somewhere else entirely. A place where George and Harold, the cloudy people, show her pictures. And I'm here, jumping at noises, looking into empty corners, a skeptic who is desperately afraid that the world is a much, much stranger and more frightening place than I ever allowed myself to believe. The thing that finally broke me, the thing that made me sit down and write this all out, happened just a few hours ago. I was alone with her in the room. My wife had gone to the cafeteria to get a coffee. My daughter had been quiet for a while, just staring at the ceiling. Then she slowly turned her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were clear, completely present. "Daddy," she said, her voice so small it was almost inaudible. "I'm right here, baby." She pointed a thin finger at the blank white wall opposite her bed. They wrote their names. I looked. There was nothing there, just white paint. "There's nothing there, sweetheart." She shook her head, a tiny, frustrated movement. "They used my crayon, the red one, from the floor." My blood went cold. The red crayon. The one that rolled off the table that first morning, the one I'd picked up and put back in the box. A detail I had never, ever mentioned to the doctors or to anyone else. She looked back at the wall, her expression a mixture of fear and a weird, resigned sadness. "It's how they get in." Died, story 19. It was one of those overcast days in Edinburgh, where the sky looks like it's been rubbed with a dirty eraser, all smudged greys and muted light. My wife, her mum and I had decided to spend the afternoon at St. Cuthbert's Kirkyard, mostly because my mother-in-law is big into genealogy, and she'd been itching to track down some family graves. I wasn't super excited about it. Graveyards have always given me the creeps, but I went along to be supportive. We'd been in Scotland for a week, visiting from the States, and this was one of those must-do items on her list. The Kirkyard is tucked right behind St. Cuthbert's Church, kind of hidden away but still in the heart of the city, with old stone walls and a gate that creaked when we pushed it open. The air felt damp and heavy, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones even through a jacket. It was around 2 in the afternoon, but it might as well have been dusk, with how little light was filtering through the clouds. The place was quiet, not completely deserted. We saw a couple of other people wandering around, but it had that hushed quality where every sound feels amplified. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel paths, and the wind whispered through the trees, making the leaves rustle in a way that sounded like someone shuffling papers. We started walking among the headstones, most of them weathered and covered in moss, dates worn away by time. My mother-in-law had a printout of some names and rough locations, but it was slow going. She'd stop every few minutes to squint at a stone, wiping away dirt with her glove, while my wife and I trailed behind, making small talk about nothing in particular. I remember feeling a bit bored, honestly, and my mind was drifting to what we might have for dinner later. But then, something shifted. I was standing near a cluster of older graves, ones that leaned at odd angles like crooked teeth, when I felt it. A sudden, cold pressure on my right hand. At first, I thought it was my wife grabbing me, maybe to point something out, but when I glanced over, she was a few feet away, looking at a different headstone. The touch was light but unmistakable, like a small, chilly hand slipping into mine. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't painful or aggressive, just there, firm and real, but when I looked down, there was nothing, no one. Just my own hand, hanging in the air. With this invisible grip holding on, I tried to pull away, but the pressure tightened slightly, not enough to hurt, but enough to make it clear I shouldn't resist. Then it started tugging gently at first, like a child wanting to lead me somewhere. My mind raced. Was I imagining things? Had the cold gotten to me? But the sensation was too vivid. I could feel the shape of fingers, small and delicate, wrapped around mine, and a weird, almost electric chill ran up my arm. I didn't scream or yell. I was too stunned for that. Instead, I let myself be pulled, my feet moving almost on their own, as if I'd lost control of my body. The tugging led me away from where my wife and mother-in-law were, deeper into the kirkyard, toward a section with larger, more elaborate headstones. I kept glancing back, but they didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. My wife was laughing at something her mom said, and I wanted to call out, but my voice felt stuck. The hand in mine felt so real. I could sense the weight of it, the way it swung slightly as we walked. Like when a kid skips alongside you, it was eerie, but there was also this strange sense of gratitude. I don't know how to explain it, but it wasn't menacing. It felt purposeful, like I was being guided for a reason. We moved between rows of graves, the path uneven under my feet. I stumbled once on a loose stone, and the hand tightened, steadying me. That's when I noticed the silence around us. The sounds of the city, distant traffic, birds chirping, seemed to fade away like we'd stepped into a bubble. All I could hear was my own heartbeat thumping in my ears and the soft crunch of my shoes on the ground. The air grew colder, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter with my free hand. The invisible hand felt like ice, but it didn't numb me. Instead, it sent little shivers through my whole body. As we walked, I started to notice details I wouldn't have otherwise. The moss on the stones was a vibrant green, almost glowing in the dim light, and I could see tiny droplets of moisture clinging to the blades of grass. My senses felt heightened, like I was hyper-aware of everything. I kept expecting the hand to let go, but it didn't. It swung my arm in a rhythmic motion, almost playful, like we were on a stroll in the park. But this was a graveyard, and the contrast made my skin crawl. Part of me wanted to break free, to run back to my family, but another part was curious, drawn in by this inexplicable connection. We passed a large, ornate monument with an angel on top. Its wings spread as if ready to take flight, and then the tugging became more insistent, pulling me toward a particular headstone up ahead. It was taller than the others, made of dark grey stone, and as we got closer, I could see carvings on it, intricate patterns that looked like vines and flowers. My breath hitched when I read the name engraved at the top. It was my family name, spelled out in bold capital letters. I felt a jolt of recognition, mixed with dread. This was why we were here. My mother-in-law had been looking for this very spot, but I'd found it in the most bizarre way possible. The hand didn't stop there. It guided me right up to the stone, and I could see that it was a family plot, with dozens of names listed below, dates going back to the 18th century. My eyes scanned them, and I felt a lump in my throat. These were my ancestors, people I'd only heard stories about. For a moment the fear subsided, replaced by a weird sense of awe. But then the hand swung my arm one more time in that childlike skip, and let go. The release was sudden, like a string being cut. The cold vanished from my hand, and I stumbled back, my balance thrown off. I looked down at my palm, half expecting to see some mark, but there was nothing. Just my own skin, pale and slightly trembling. Then my eyes drifted to the base of the headstone, where a smaller, simpler marker was nestled among the weeds. It was worn and faded, but I could still make out the inscription. A girl's name, with dates showing she'd only lived 6 years, back in the 1800s. The year she died was carved so faintly I had to lean in to see it, and that's when it hit me. This was her grave. The ghost child who'd led me here. I stood there, frozen, my mind reeling. The air felt heavy again, and the silence was deafening. I could hear my wife calling my name from a distance, her voice faint and worried. I turned to look, and when I glanced back at the grave, there was nothing. No hand, no presence, just the cold stone and the weight of history. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I couldn't move for what felt like ages, just staring at that little marker, trying to make sense of what had happened. The gratitude I'd felt earlier twisted into a deep, chilling unease. Why me? Why had she chosen to show me this? When my wife and mother-in-law finally found me, I was still standing there, shaking. They asked if I was okay, and I mumbled something about feeling lightheaded, but I didn't tell them the truth. How could I? It sounded insane, even to me. We left shortly after, and I couldn't stop looking back at that headstone as we walked away. The rest of the day blurred together, but that moment, the initial touch, the silent walk, the final release, is burned into my memory. I've never been able to explain it, and part of me doesn't want to. It's just there, this thing that happened, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still feel that small, cold hand in mine swinging like we're skipping through a field, not a field of graves. Story 20. I'd taken that bus route a dozen times before, so I felt pretty safe. It was around 6 in the evening, and the sky was already getting dark because it was late autumn. The air had that crisp, cold bite to it that makes you pull your jacket tighter, and I remember my breath fogging up the window as I stared out at the passing streets. I was tired from work, my feet aching from standing all afternoon, and all I wanted was to get to my boyfriend's place, curl up on his couch, and forget about the day. The bus was mostly empty when I got on, just a few older folks and a couple of students. And as we moved further from the city center, people started trickling off at their stops one by one. By the time we reached the terminus, it was just me left on board. The terminus was this isolated spot on the edge of town, surrounded by fields and a few scattered houses with dim streetlights that didn't do much to cut through the gloom. The bus pulled into this little parking area, and the driver shut off the engine. For a second, everything was quiet, and then the lights inside the bus flickered and went out, plunging me into near-total darkness. My heart jumped into my throat. I'd never been the only passenger at the terminus before, and I suddenly felt very small and very alone. I could see the driver and another man, his friend, I guess, step outside. They were standing near the front of the bus, talking in low voices. I stayed in my seat, trying to be invisible, but the windows were slightly open, and their conversation carried in the still air. At first, it was just muffled chatter, but then I caught a few words that made my skin crawl. They were laughing about something, and the driver said something like, "Remember that night we picked up those drunk girls? Easy targets, man." His friend chuckled and replied, "Yeah, they never even knew what hit them, just stumbled off and never said a word." My blood ran cold. I felt this icy dread spread through my chest, and I started shaking. I pulled my knees up to my chin, trying to make myself smaller, and held my breath so they wouldn't hear me. They went on for what felt like forever, bragging about times they'd cornered drunk women on late-night rides, how they'd gotten away with it because no one ever reported anything. I kept thinking, this can't be real. This is some kind of nightmare. But it was real, and I was trapped in a dark bus with these two men who sounded like predators. After a few minutes, they finished their cigarettes and started walking back toward the bus. I ducked down in my seat, hoping they'd think I was gone or asleep, but the door creaked open and the interior lights stayed off. The driver got back into his seat, and his friend sat down in the row across from me, close enough that I could smell the stale smoke on his clothes. The engine didn't start up again, and the silence was suffocating. Then the driver turned around and looked right at me. His eyes were dark and unblinking, and he had this smirk that made my stomach twist. "You still here, love?" he said, his voice too casual. I nodded, too scared to speak. His friend leaned forward, resting his arms on the back of the seat in front of me. "What's a young thing like you doing out here all alone?" he asked. I mumbled something about going to my boyfriend's, but my voice was shaky. The driver chuckled softly. "How old are you, anyway?" I told him I was 15, and his smile widened. 15, eh? You look older." His friend joined in. "You a virgin?" The question hit me like a physical blow. I felt my face heat up and I wanted to vomit. I shook my head, but I don't even know if I said anything. They kept staring at me, their eyes roaming over me in a way that made me feel naked and exposed. I could feel the sweat on my palms, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. They moved closer, the friend shifting into the seat right next to me. The space felt tiny, like the walls were closing in. I could smell his breath, a mix of tobacco and something sour, and see the stubble on his chin. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair from my face, and I flinched so hard I almost fell out of the seat. "Don't be scared," he said, but his voice was anything but comforting. It was low and hungry. The driver was still watching from the front, that same predatory smile on his face. I thought about screaming, but who would hear me out here? The nearest house was a good 100 meters away, and the windows were shut tight against the cold. I was frozen, my mind racing, but my body stuck in place. I kept thinking about what they'd said outside, about those drunk girls, and I knew I was in serious trouble. My phone was in my bag, but I was too terrified to reach for it. What if they saw me and got angry? What if they took it away? I just sat there trembling, with tears starting to well up in my eyes. The friend leaned in even closer, his knee pressing against mine, and he whispered, "We could have a bit of fun, you and me. No one has to know." That's when it happened, a crackle from the radio up front. The driver's attention snapped to it, and a voice came through, staticky but clear. "Unit 47, report your status. Over." The driver's smile vanished, and he scrambled to pick up the handset. "Yeah, copy. Just finishing up at the terminus, over." There was a pause. Then the voice again. "Head back to depot for shift change, now." The driver muttered something under his breath, then slammed the handset down. He shot a quick glance at his friend, who pulled back from me slightly, looking annoyed. The engine roared to life, and the lights flickered back on. I felt a surge of relief so intense it made me dizzy, but I didn't dare move. The driver put the bus in gear and started driving faster than usual back toward the city. I kept my eyes glued to the window, watching the dark fields blur past, but I could feel their eyes on me the whole time. The friend stayed in the seat next to me, not touching me anymore, but his presence was like a weight on my chest. He'd occasionally make a comment under his breath, things like, "Lucky break, eh?" But I pretended not to hear. As we got closer to my stop, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the seat. I kept counting the streets, mentally preparing to bolt. When we finally pulled up to my boyfriend's street, I didn't wait for the bus to fully stop. I jumped up, yanked the cord, and practically ran to the door. The driver slowed down, and as the doors hissed open, I heard them both laughing behind me. "See you around, sweetheart," the friend called out, and the driver added something crude that I couldn't make out over the rush of blood in my ears. I stumbled off the bus and didn't look back. I ran down the street, my legs feeling like jelly, and didn't stop until I was hammering on my boyfriend's door. When he opened it, I collapsed into his arms, sobbing so hard I couldn't speak. He held me, confused and worried, but I couldn't get the words out. All I could think about was the darkness, their voices, the way they'd looked at me. I never reported it. I was too scared they'd find out and come after me, or that no one would believe me. For weeks, I had nightmares, and even now, on quiet nights, I sometimes hear the echo of their laughter and wonder how close I came to something unimaginable. Story 21. It started in the late afternoon, around 4 o'clock. I was in the kitchen making a cup of coffee when I heard this heavy thumping sound coming from above. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe a branch hitting the roof. We have a big oak tree out back. But then it happened again, louder this time, like someone was jumping up and down right over my head. I froze, my hand hovering over the coffee maker, and listened. There it was. A steady, rhythmic stomping, like footsteps, but too heavy to be a person. It sounded like it was moving from one end of the roof to the other, and each step had this weird weight to it, like whatever it was had to be huge. I called out to my mom, who was in the living room watching TV. "Did you hear that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. She muted the television and tilted her head, and her eyes widened. "Yeah, I heard it," she said, her voice a little shaky. "What is that?" My sister came down from her room upstairs, looking puzzled. "Is someone on the roof?" she asked, and I could see the confusion on her face. We all stood there in the kitchen, just listening, and the stomping kept going for what felt like 5 solid minutes. It wasn't constant. It would stop for a few seconds, then start up again, like whatever it was, pacing back and forth. I decided to go outside and check. The backyard is fenced in, and I scanned the roof from the grass. Nothing. No branches hanging low, no animals that I could see, just the grey sky and the quiet neighborhood. I even walked around to the front. But there was no sign of anyone or anything. When I came back inside, the stomping had stopped, and the house was dead silent. My mom was wringing her hands, and my sister was peering out the window. "Maybe it's just the wind," my sister said, but her voice didn't sound convinced. I nodded, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The sound was too deliberate, too focused. We tried to brush it off and went back to what we were doing, but the rest of the afternoon was tense. Every little noise made me jump. The fridge humming, the floor creaking under our feet. Around 6 o'clock, as it started getting dark outside, the stomping came back. This time, it was louder, more aggressive, like it was right above the living room. My mom gripped the arm of the couch, and my sister edged closer to me. "Should we call someone?" she whispered. I thought about it, but what would I say? "Hey, there's something stomping on my roof." They'd think I was crazy, so we just sat there listening until it faded away again. As night fell, the fear really set in. We decided to stay together in the living room, with all the lights on. Like we were kids afraid of the dark. I kept glancing at the ceiling, half expecting to see it crack or something. Around 9 o'clock, we heard a new sound. A scraping noise, like something dragging across the shingles. Then, all of a sudden, there was this loud thud from the side of the house, near the kitchen window. It sounded like something had jumped down from the roof and landed hard on the ground. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the sweat on my palms. "What was that?" My mom said, her voice trembling. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the kitchen window, pulling the curtain back just enough to peek out. The yard was dark, and the motion sensor light hadn't come on, which was weird because it usually triggers with any movement. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed the grass was flattened in one spot, like something heavy had landed there. Before I could process it, there was a knock on the front door. 3 sharp raps, loud and insistent. We all froze. My sister let out a small gasp, and my mom grabbed my arm. "Who could that be at this hour?" she whispered. I crept to the front door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked through the peephole, but there was no one there. The porch was empty. I unlocked the door and opened it slowly, the cool night air hitting my face. Nothing. No one. Just the quiet street and the dim glow of a neighbor's porch light down the block. I shone the flashlight around, but there was no sign of anyone. The knocking had been so clear, so real, but now it was like it never happened. I closed the door and locked it, my hands shaking. "There's no one there," I said, and the words came out in a rush. My mom's face was pale, and my sister had tears in her eyes. We just stood there in the hallway, too scared to move. We ended up huddling in the living room again, too freaked out to go to bed. I kept thinking about my wife, wishing she was here. She's always been the brave one. The stomping didn't come back, but the silence was almost worse. Every creak of the house felt like a warning. Around midnight, we decided to try to get some sleep. My sister went back to her room, and my mom stayed on the couch downstairs, saying she didn't want to be alone. I went up to my bedroom, feeling exhausted but wired, like I'd had too much coffee. The room felt colder than usual, and I remember pulling the blankets up to my chin, trying to get warm. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by this sharp, pulling sensation on my left foot. It was like someone had grabbed my big toe and yanked it hard, not enough to break anything, but enough to send a jolt of pain up my leg. I sat up in bed, my heart racing, and fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand. When the light came on, I looked down at my foot. My toenail was turning purple, like it had been bruised or crushed. And there was this weird, cold feeling where the pull had happened. It didn't hurt much after the initial shock, but the color was unmistakable, a deep, ugly purple that stood out against my skin. I didn't know what to do. I checked the room, but there was no one there. The door was still closed, the window locked. I got up and walked around, my foot tingling, and that's when I heard my wife's voice in my head. She told me about a dream she had once where something pulled her toe, but I'd brushed it off. Now, it felt connected, like whatever this was had happened to her too. I went downstairs to check on my mum, and she was awake, sitting on the couch with a blanket wrapped around her. "I couldn't sleep," she said, and then she noticed me limping. "What happened to your foot?" I showed her the purple toenail, and her eyes got wide. "Mine too," she whispered, and she pulled back the blanket to show me her foot. Her big toenail was the same shade of purple. We just stared at each other, too scared to speak. My sister came down a few minutes later, rubbing her eyes, and when we told her, she checked her feet, but hers were fine. It was only me and my mom, and I realized my wife must have experienced it when she was here alone once. We never talked about it much after that night, but the fear never went away. The stomping never came back, and we never found any explanation. No animals, no pranksters, nothing. To this day, I have no idea what it was, but that purple toenail stayed for weeks, a constant reminder of whatever was in our house that day. Story 22. It was my senior year, and honestly, most days blurred together between classes, college applications, and just trying to get through the last bit of high school. That particular day started like any other. I woke up late, scrambled to get ready, and barely made it to school on time. The air felt heavy, like it does before a storm, but it was just one of those overcast days in early fall, I remember, because the leaves were starting to turn. But everything still had that greenish-gray look, like the world was holding its breath. Taylor had died in a car accident a couple weeks before. We weren't close. I'd maybe said hello to her in the hallways a handful of times, but that was it. She was just another face in the crowd, one of those quiet kids who kept to herself. When it happened, the whole school went through that weird phase where everyone acts like they were best friends with the person, even if they barely knew them. I didn't do that. It felt disrespectful, so I just went about my business, trying not to think about it too much. But that day, something felt off. From the moment I woke up, my head was fuzzy, and I had this nagging ache behind my eyes like I hadn't slept well. School dragged on, and by the time last period rolled around, I was just counting down the minutes I had history with Mr. Davies, and the room was always too warm, with that stale smell of old books and chalk dust. I remember slumping into my seat, zoning out while he droned on about some war or another. My friend Jade was sitting next to me, doodling in her notebook like she always did. We'd been friends since freshman year, and she was the kind of person who could make anything feel normal, even on a day like this. After school, I went home and crashed on my bed. I didn't mean to fall asleep. It was only around 4 in the afternoon. But I was so tired, and my body just gave out. That's when the dream started. It wasn't like any dream I'd ever had before. It felt too real, like I was actually there, not just watching it happen. I was back in Mr. Davies' classroom, but it was empty except for me. The lights were dim, and the desks were pushed to the sides, like someone had cleaned up but forgotten to turn everything off. Then I saw Taylor. She was standing by the chalkboard, wearing the same jeans and hoodie she'd had on in her yearbook photo. Her hair was messy, and she had this pale, washed-out look, like she'd been sick for a long time. I remember feeling a jolt, because I knew she was dead, but in the dream, it didn't seem strange that she was there. She didn't say anything at first. She just stared at me with these wide, scared eyes. I tried to say something, but my voice wouldn't work. It was like my throat was stuffed with cotton. Then Jade was there too, suddenly, like she'd popped out of nowhere. She turned to me and said, "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." And when she turned around to look where I was staring, Taylor vanished. Not like she walked away or faded. 1 second she was there, and the next she was just gone. The air where she'd been felt cold, and I got this chill that ran down my spine so hard it made my teeth chatter. Then the dream shifted, and I was in the local graveyard. I know that place well. It's where my grandma is buried, so I've been there a few times. It's got these big old trees that cast long shadows, and the headstones are all crooked and worn. In the dream, I was under one of those trees, the big oak near the back fence. Taylor was there again, sitting on the ground with her knees pulled up to her chest. She was sobbing, her shoulders shaking, and she kept saying, "I'm so scared. I can't find my way out." Her voice was shaky and broken, like she'd been crying for hours. I reached out to touch her shoulder, but my hand went right through her, like she was made of smoke. That's when I woke up, sweating and gasping for air. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The room was dark. I'd been asleep for maybe an hour, but it felt like days. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake off the dream. But it clung to me, that feeling of cold and fear. I could still hear Taylor's voice in my head, that desperate, "I'm so scared, I can't find my way out." It echoed like it was stuck on a loop. I got up and splashed water on my face, but it didn't help. The dream felt too vivid, too detailed. I could still smell the damp earth from the graveyard, feel the rough bark of the tree against my back. I decided I needed to get out of the house, maybe go for a walk to clear my head. Without even thinking about it, I found myself heading toward the graveyard. I don't know why. It was like my feet were moving on their own, like some part of me needed to see if it was real. The sun was starting to set, casting long orange shadows across the streets. It was that time of day when everything feels quiet, like the world is winding down. The graveyard isn't far from my house, just a 10-minute walk. As I got closer, my stomach started to knot up. The gate was old and rusted, creaking when I pushed it open. The air inside was cooler, with that musty smell of dead leaves and wet stone. I walked toward the big oak tree, the one from my dream. My heart was racing, and I kept telling myself it was just a dream, that I was being stupid. But when I got there, under the tree, the ground was exactly how I remembered it. Patchy grass with a few exposed roots. I sat down, leaning against the trunk, and closed my eyes for a second. That's when I heard it, a soft sobbing, just like in the dream. My eyes snapped open. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it was too rhythmic, too human. It was coming from behind me, near one of the headstones. I stood up slowly, my legs feeling weak. I peered around the tree, and there she was, Taylor. Or at least, something that looked like her. She was crouched by a grave, her back to me, sobbing into her hands. She was wearing the same clothes from the dream, and her hair was just as messy. I froze, unable to move or speak. This wasn't a dream anymore. I was wide awake, and she was right there. She turned her head slightly, and I saw her profile. Her face was pale and tear-streaked, just like in the dream. She whispered, "I'm so scared. I can't find my way out." Her voice was faint but clear, like she was right next to me. Then she stood up and started walking toward me. Not walking, really, more like gliding, her feet not quite touching the ground. I backed away, stumbling over a root, and fell hard on my elbows. The pain shot up my arms, sharp and real, but I barely registered it because she was getting closer. Her eyes were locked on mine, and they were empty, like two dark holes. She reached out a hand, and I could feel the cold radiating from her, like standing in front of an open freezer. I scrambled backward, my breath coming in short gasps. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. Then, just as she was about to touch me, she vanished. 1 second she was there, and the next there was nothing but empty space. The sobbing stopped abruptly, like someone had hit a mute button. I lay there on the ground, shaking for what felt like forever. The sky was getting darker, and the graveyard was silent except for the rustle of leaves. I finally managed to get up, my whole body trembling. I ran out of there, not looking back, and didn't stop until I was safely inside my house. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told anyone about it, not Jade, not my parents. How could I? They'd think I was crazy. But that day, that one day, stuck with me. I still don't know what it was, a dream that bled into reality. A ghost, my mind playing tricks. All I know is that I felt Taylor's fear, raw and real, and it left me with a chill that hasn't gone away. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I think I hear her sobbing, and I remember that she's still scared, still trying to find her way out, and I can't do a thing about it.